Hello everyone, my dear followers. Today I want to welcome you to a new fanfic for the channel. Today I want to welcome you to the first season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Gaara. Remember, if you want a second season, you have to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, without further ado, I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Sakura struggled to control the tremors racking her body as she defensively hovered over her unconscious teammates. The situation was dire, and it was bound to become legitimately unenviable within the next 5 minutes. Team 7, less a team than a sickbay by this point, was cornered in the forest of death by a group of sound genin. One had a face covered in bandages, was clearly male, and was quite short, and the other two were fairly standard in appearance. I can't stop them. Even one of them would be too much, Sakura lamented as she tightened her grip on the kunai in her left hand. The only female of the opposing team then stepped forward and grinned. Before Sakura could move to react, the sound kunoichi's hands flashed out in front of her and sent a storm of senbon needles flying in the pink-haired girl's direction. The senbon buried themselves in Sakura's arms, legs, and the sides of her abdomen. The pain elicited a shrill cry of pain from the Konoha genin. "Oh, we've got a screamer." "Cute," the cruel kunoichi sneered as Sakura gingerly picked the needles out of her skin. A moment after the cold jeer had reached her ears, Sakura was peppered with more needles. While she screamed, one of the sound kunoichi's teammates sighed. "You're taking this too slowly, Kin." "Let's put her away now," the girl's teammate said. The kunoichi, apparently named Kin, sighed and stepped back to allow her comrade into the fray. "Have fun, Zaku," she said. The sound shinobi then charged forward and knocked Sakura to her rear end with a ruthless punch to the left side of her jaw. The Konoha genin hit the ground in a daze, her equilibrium gone and her vision scrambled. Zaku stood over her and drew a kunai. "Game over, kid," he said coldly. He then raised the blade over his head and drove it straight downward. Sakura squeezed her eyes shut and embraced the seemingly inevitable. To her surprise and relief, the cold steel of the kunai never made contact with her body. Sakura's eyes slowly drew open, and what she saw was shocking. Wrapped around Zaku's wrist was a tendril of what appeared to be sand. What the hell? Zaku grunted as he tried and failed to free his arm from the animated sediment. Before he could utter any more confused cursings, the sound ninja was brutally slammed into a nearby tree by the sandy limb. Kin and her bandaged teammate gasped in horror as their comrade staggered and fell back down again after struggling his way to his feet. "Frankly, I'm impressed. An impact like that, and all you have is a concussion." The group of sound genin and Sakura all snapped to attention and turned their heads towards the dry voice they had all heard. Standing at the edge of the clearing was another group of ninja. Their forehead protectors bore the symbol of Tsunade. The cell consisted of 2 girls and a boy. The tallest of the group was the leftmost girl, who had what appeared to be a fan strapped to her back. The middle was a boy with face paint and a strange object on his back. The final member of the team appeared to be the wielder of the sand, and she was by far the shortest. She had unkempt red hair that reached a few inches below her chin, pale blue eyes with dark circles, and a pale complexion. Sakura tensed at the sight of her. "I've heard about her. Gaara of Desert. She apparently has a B-ranked mission on her record," she thought to herself nervously. The redhead then took a few slow steps into the clearing, resulting in several respective steps backwards from the ninja occupying it. "What the hell do you want?" Zaku hissed as he attempted to hide his obvious fear. Gaara's blank facial expression remained unchanged as she advanced forward. "I've been following your team for a bit now. Mostly out of curiosity. I'd never even heard of the hidden sound village until recently. I wanted to see if you were worth the trouble," she said eerily, paying his question no heed. Zaku backed up a step, but bumped into the tree he had been launched into. "Worth the trouble? What's that supposed to mean?" he demanded in a falsely defiant tone. Gaara stopped stalking forward and allowed her first defined expression to form. A dark smirk. "The trouble of drawing and quartering," she said in a deadly calm tone. Before the unfortunate sound genin could respond, his neck was seized by another tendril of earth and dust, which was spewing from a gourd on Gaara's back. As he slowly asphyxiated from the pressure being put on his windpipe, Zaku's body was entirely encased in a coating of sand. Sand coffin, Gaara said anticipatorily. She then opened and closed her right hand. A split second later, the sound genin was crushed to a pulp, his blood spraying omnidirectionally. The rest of the children in attendance of the brutal murder, save for the redhead's comrades, all cried out in disgusted shock and horror. Gaara, whose face was speckled with blood, licked her lips and turned to face the remaining sound ninja. Before she could speak, the pair disappeared into a puff of smoke. They had seen their chance to retreat, and they had taken it. The redhead frowned and stared off into the woods for a moment. Eventually, she turned her attention to Sakura. Perhaps you could fill the void. Naruto's eyes creaked open as his senses returned to him. His vision was fuzzy, his hearing was muffled, and he felt little sensation in his body. Despite his dulled sensory capabilities, he could still sense a commotion nearby. You do good to get on your feet. If you wish for your teammates' survival, that is an ancient voice suggested from the back of his mind. Naruto growled at the fox's voice, but took his advice and slowly rose to his feet. He scanned his surrounding area momentarily, quickly identifying the source of the disturbance that had awakened him from his forced slumber. Sakura. And, who are they? He wondered as he watched his comrade rapidly retreat backwards away from a menacing, red-haired girl. Before he could get the chance to rack his brain for the answer, the redhead in question glanced in his direction. The moment they made eye contact, Naruto's blood ran cold. He recognized her, if barely. Despite the limited familiarity, the blonde couldn't pinpoint the source of his underlying fear. You can sense it, can't you? The fox asked as his host forced himself to take a step forward. Naruto clenched his jaw. Feel what? He asked. The demonic beast chuckled and began to retreat into the backmost corners of Naruto's mind. Just you wait and see, he said vaguely before disappearing completely. The Jinchuriki pushed away his curiosity and focused on the potential task before him. Get away from her, he growled. Gaara remained silent and gave him an assessing stare. After a few moments of tense silence, the sand that had been creeping towards Sakura changed its trajectory and began to drift towards Naruto. Camaraderie. How touching, she said in a chilling tone. Her sentiment then increased its speed and burst forward. Despite his consciousness, the blonde's body was still sluggish from the thrashing he had endured. He wasn't fit enough to evade. Instead of colliding with him, however, it merely glided past his face. The sand opened a small slit on his cheek that began to bleed. Gaara's sand then returned to her, much to Naruto's surprise. She glanced back at her teammates as the sand funneled into her gourd. I'm satisfied, she called back to them. The fan-wielding girl and the boy with makeup both nodded and waited for Gaara to join them. They then disappeared into the forest, leaving a shaken Naruto and Sakura. After a few moments of tense silence, the blonde spoke. You alright? He asked. The pink-haired girl nodded rigidly and skittered away from the mutilated body of Zaku, which still laid on the ground. She made her way over to Sasuke and gazed at him. You should probably know, Sasuke-kun has an odd marking on his neck. I think he got it from Orochimaru, she revealed as she stood over their sleeping teammate. Naruto nodded and wiped blood from his face. What the hell was that all about? He wondered aloud as the image of Gaara and her comrades flashed through his mind. Sakura pursed her lips and shook Sasuke a bit to see if she could stir him. From what I was able to gather, they came to kill the sound genin. Not sure why, but that's what Gaara suggested, she said in an uncertain tone. The blonde chewed his lip absently and sat down next to Sasuke. If that's the only reason, then that's really screwed up, he said. The teammates then lapsed into silence. For the next 5 minutes or so, nothing was said. The streak of soundlessness was broken by Sasuke, who sat up abruptly. Where am I? He asked quickly while his eyes darted in all directions. After a brief explanation of his loss of consciousness, the Uchiha calmed down and took a moment to study the environment more carefully. He quickly caught sight of Zaku's body and scooted back several feet. He quickly calmed himself, but shot his teammates a questioning look. What on earth happened here? He asked. Sakura chuckled uncomfortably and attempted to avert her eyes from the corpse. Where to start? Kakashi felt a massive weight lift from his shoulders as Team 7 hobbled through the entrance of the tower. They had barely made it, and they looked the part. Naruto's face was crusted with blood from a cut on his cheek, Sasuke looked to be straining against some sort of ailment, and Sakura simply looked exhausted. The Jonin quickly made his way to his team and looked them up and down. As he had previously observed, they were in rough shape. I already know what happened to you all out in the forest, so don't waste your breath. Get some rest, he ordered them. The children were then directed away by Ibiki, who had been standing nearby. Kakashi watched them walk away intently, catching sight of a strange mark on the back of Sasuke's neck. Don't waste your energy wondering about it. You definitely need to be worried, Enko, who had suddenly appeared by his side, said bluntly. The silver-haired ninja frowned and eyed the woman, ignoring the fact that she had seemingly read his mind. You know something? He asked. Enko nodded and pulled down her shirt to reveal her collarbone, where an identical marking to Sasuke's was. Kakashi's eyes widened. When and where? He asked. The enigmatic Kunoichi sighed and stretched her back out to relieve herself of stiffness. Orochimaru and I have some history that I'd rather not get into. Let's just say that the mark isn't a good thing. Not in the least. If you know anything about Fuinjutsu, you should put it to use and seal that thing, she said. The copy ninja heeded her advice and made a mental note. What does the mark do? He asked curiously. Enko took a few seconds to come up with an appropriate explanation. It acts as a superficial boost in power, a damn good one in the case of the one Sasuke and I have. Problem is, it kind of drives you insane, she explained. Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows and motioned for her to elaborate further. It becomes like a drug. The more you use it, the more dependent on it you become. Both mentally and physically. Beyond that, it seems to draw you to the creator of the seal, that being Orochimaru in this case, she said. The silver-haired Jonin pondered the information. I think I'm going to go ahead and take your advice, he said, beginning to walk away after his team as he spoke. Enko nodded and produced a kunai to file her nails with. Good plan, she muttered. After a few moments of silent solitude, the proctor launched her kunai into the inner wall of the tower, splitting an unfortunate bug in half in the process. I know what you're doing, you wretched snake. I know why, too. Naruto rubbed his eyes tiredly as he trudged around the silent tower. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and the vast majority of the other successful cells had opted to take advantage of the 8 hours of resting time being allotted to them. The blonde, however, had found himself unable to sleep in any capacity. The stress of the day was overwhelming. From the encounter with the snake Sannin to strange markings on Sasuke's neck, it all ate away at his composure. And then Kakashi-sensei comes around and snags Sasuke for some reason. So weird, he thought to himself as he rounded a corner. His thoughts then drifted to his sudden awakening during his time in the forest. Multiple things about the scenario had been odd, but none more than the unceremonious manner in which he had been quite clearly spared by Gaara of the desert. Her reasoning for allowing himself and Sakura to live was beyond him, and the answers to those questions seemed utterly unfindable. It doesn't make a lick of sense. We were sitting ducks. Ripe for the picking. What was her deal, he pondered, a bit of frustration creeping into his emotional matrix. Then, as if in direct response to his dumbfounded wonderings, a shifting sound caught his ear. The blonde whirled around to see Gaara, looking as blank-faced as she had while ruthlessly murdering Zaku, sitting on a bench by the wall. The hell is your problem? Don't sneak up on people, Naruto snapped as he regained his wits. The redhead's reaction was entirely non-existent. She simply stared at him. I've been sitting here for nearly an hour. I did no such thing, she said matter-of-factly. The blonde clenched his jaw and stepped back, fear surging through him despite his best efforts to contain it. You could have at least said something when I walked by, he said defensively. Once again, Gaara gave him no discernible reaction. And why would I be obligated to inform you of my presence? If anything, you are the intruder in this case, she pointed out calmly. Naruto forced himself to calm down. He then took a deep breath and steadied himself. What are you doing awake? It's really late, he asked. Gaara shrugged and gestured to the black circles under her eyes. Sleep has never come easily to me, she explained in a monotone manner. When Naruto didn't immediately respond, the redhead countered his question in kind. What is your excuse? She inquired. The Konoha genin, being quite tired in spite of his inability to sleep, sighed and gave her a hard look. I can't sleep. Thanks in part to you. Seeing a crushed corpse can screw with a guy, you know, he said sarcastically. Gaara tilted her head to one side at the accusation. I thought that killing was relatively clean. I was quite proud of it, actually, she said, sounding almost disappointed by Naruto's description of the corpse. Cleaned my ass. That was brutal. Besides, how can you be proud of killing somebody? Naruto demanded rigidly. The redhead brushed a strand of red hair behind one of her ears. Why wouldn't I be? I got what I came for, which was blood and satisfaction. I got those things without any trouble at all, she asked, seemingly unaware of the disturbing nature of her words. The blonde stared at her silently for a few moments. Satisfaction for what? He asked, fearful of the potential answers he may receive. Gaara's composure, for the briefest of moments, gave way to something else. Mother, she said vaguely, a glint of life flashing in her pale blue eyes for a split second. Correctly deducing that pressing the issue any further was anything but wise, Naruto switched topics. Why did you let us go? He asked abruptly. The redhead shrugged and scratched her cheek. A few reasons. Your female comrade was pathetic to the point of being unworthy of my time, and your awakening came at an opportune time from your perspective. The high was gone at that point. And as I said before, I had gotten what I had come to get. Mother had been appeased, she said. Naruto shuddered at the second appearance of the maternal terminology, but once again chose to ignore it. Thanks, I guess, he muttered, feeling the need to respond in non-antagonizing fashion for the sake of his own safety. Gaara shook her head and shifted her gaze to meet his. It was not a gesture of kindness. You were fortunate, and you would be wise to remember that, she clarified bluntly. Naruto scowled and turned to leave. Yeah, sure. Keep on telling yourself that, he said, his desire to be polite gone as quickly as it had come. As he walked away, Gaara studied him meticulously. When he rounded the corner and disappeared from sight, the girl from Suna shifted in her seat and crossed one leg over the top of the other. As I suspected. Another like me. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as Sasuke stood over the unconscious body of Yoroi Akato. The Uchiha had won. It had been far more difficult than it should have been, but Sasuke had been victorious all the same. The source of his struggles was hardly Yoroi himself. Sasuke had been forced to battle against his own body for much of the match, as the mark on his neck had threatened to overtake him repeatedly. Despite the ailment, he had gutted his way through to a brutal finishing sequence of his foe. Yoroi Akato is unable to continue. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Genma announced from the floor of the enormous room. Sakura and Naruto both cheered from the stands as their teammate hobbled towards the stairs. Unfortunately, he collapsed before he could make it even 3 steps up. The instant he fell, Kakashi was there to catch and support him. The pair then disappeared just as they had the previous night. What was all that about? Sakura wondered aloud. Naruto frowned and drummed his fingers on the railing of the observation deck. The mark on his neck. Kakashi-sensei took him away last night to deal with it, but I think Sasuke convinced him to leave it be. Seems like that was a mistake, he hypothesized. There was then a brief intermission as Yoroi's unconscious form was carried from the makeshift battlefield. In that time, Naruto's mind wandered. This whole thing is meant to be stressful, that's the point, but man, this has been brutal. They wake us up at 6 in the morning, drag us in here, and then start drawing names, he thought to himself tiredly. A look at the genin around him revealed a similar sentiment towards the rigorous schedule of the exam. They were all weary, with a variety of cuts and bruises on their faces. Except one. Gaara stood off in the far right corner of the observation deck without a mark on her face, save for the black circles under her eyes. The blonde narrowed his eyes as he studied the redhead. She was certainly disheveled looking, as her hair was unkempt and she wore no makeup, but there was a connectedness about her entire demeanor and appearance. As though everything were in its place. Perhaps it was the easy composure with which she assessed the world around her, or the ruthlessness she was capable of unveiling at the drop of a hat, but Gaara of the desert utterly terrified Naruto. Luckily for the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the intermission ended before he could fall further into the trance of deciphering the puzzle of the sand kunoichi. Listen up, all of you. There's been a change in how these preliminary matches are going to work. For one of you, at least, Genma said loudly, catching the attention of the group of genin in an instant. Once it was clear that he was the center of focus, the proctor elaborated. We've ended up with an odd number of contestants, which means that one of you is left out in the cold without a dance partner. To solve that problem, we've decided that one of you is going to have the privilege of fighting twice, he explained, eliciting an uncomfortable shift from the group of young ninja. Take a look up at the board, Genma ordered. The genin did as they were told and turned their attention to the large randomizer on the wall, which was spinning rapidly. After a few moments, it stopped. Oh god damn it. Naruto cursed as his name and picture flashed on the dim screen. Genma chuckled and shot the blonde a look of veiled sympathy. Lucky you, Naruto. You get to fight twice, he announced. The Jinchuriki grumbled a bit before asking a pertinent question. What if I lose my first fight, he asked pointedly. The proctor shrugged his shoulders and yawned. You get another shot in the form of your second fight. That's your incentive for doing this, though there are still risks. If you win both fights, you move on without consequence. If you lose your first and win your second, you still move on. But, if you win your first and lose your second, you don't move on, he explained. The blonde thought for a moment, eventually coming to the conclusion that the terms were reasonable. Fine. Now let's get on with this, he said impatiently. Genma nodded and signaled for the board to randomize itself again. The first pair of names to appear were Kankuro of the desert and Misumi Tsurugi. The match ended fairly quickly, with Kankuro, who was a puppeteer, brutalizing the unfortunate genin with a savage display of puppeting prowess. The next match was a tad more interesting, with Sakura and Ino battering each other to a draw. That was messy, Naruto muttered as both girls were carried up the stairs by medical staff. Neither had sustained major damage, other than a minor concussion in both their cases. Without waiting for either girl to awaken, Genma set the board again. This time, the names that appeared were Temari of the desert and Tenten. She's one of the people who was with Gaara in the forest, Naruto thought to himself as the combatants made their way down the stairs and towards Genma to receive their instructions. The blonde then briefly recalled the brutality with which Kankuro, another member of the Sand Village's cell, ended his foe's prospects of becoming a chunin and shuddered. Before he could ponder the incoming savagery any further, Genma ordered the pair of kunoichi to assume their positions to begin the match. Now, if you're both ready, you may begin, the proctor yelled. Tenten, being a user of weapons and projectiles, immediately launched a series of kunai and shuriken at Tamari. Despite the maelstrom of weaponry flying in her direction, the sand kunoichi did not move from her spot. Instead, she simply flicked open the fan on her back for a split second. Somehow, the subtle movement sent all of the projectiles flying in the opposite direction. Tenten was able to avoid the reflected kunai, but the evasive maneuver had forced her backwards several feet. How's she doing that? Naruto wondered to himself as Tamari deflected another barrage of projectiles with one simple twitch of her fan. After another 5 minutes of effortless defensive goading from Tamari, Naruto got his answer. Seemingly bored of playing with her food, the fan wielder fully opened her fan for the first time. She then whipped it around and launched a massive wave of serrated wind at her opponent. The miniature hurricane instantly ripped Tenten from the ground and suspended her high up in the air. A collective gasp of awe, and even a bit of horror, was drawn from the observing genin as Temari's wind mercilessly tore into Tenten's body. Cuts were appearing on her body with a quickness as she was strung up in the air against her will, and the wind didn't seem close to subsiding. After an uncomfortable stretch of what essentially amounted to extended torture, Temari's wind jutsu fizzled out. Tenten dropped from the air towards the ground at alarming speed, seemingly bound to be splattered on the stone flooring. She's going to die, Naruto thought urgently. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Tenten was prevented from hitting the floor by Temari, although in incredibly cruel and brutal fashion. Instead of opting to let her foe fall to the ground, the Sand Kunoichi closed her steel fan and stuck it out in front of her. Tenten then landed on the butt of the metal fan back first with a sickening thud. Tamari then tossed her unconscious body away. Before the Kunoichi's body could hit the floor, she was scooped up by Rock Lee, a teammate of hers. There was a brief trading of verbal barbs between the genin, but they were quickly broken up by Genma. Once the festivities were over, Tamari made her way up the stairs and swiftly returned to her team with a smug grin on her face. Naruto's hands curled into fists at the sight of her. Cruel bitch. You'll get yours someday, he thought to himself rigidly. As with his fearful assessment of Gaara, however, the blonde was afforded little time to ponder the ruthlessness of Temari. The next matchup quickly appeared on the board and interrupted his thoughts. Shikamaru Nara will now face Kintsuchi. Genma announced loudly. Shikamaru, who was standing a few paces to Naruto's left, sighed heavily and shoved his hands in his pockets. The Nara then plodded dejectedly towards the stairs to participate in his match. Once both he and the sound Kunoichi were before Genma, the proctor called for the match to begin. What ensued was a hilariously apathetic and tepid performance from Shikamaru in which he spent nearly 5 full minutes simply plucking needles out of his arms and legs before seeming to consciously decide to win. Once he did so, he linked his shadow to Kin's and forced her to slam the back of her head into the concrete wall of the room. The impact knocked her out cold, awarding Shikamaru simultaneously thrilling and anticlimactic victory. As Kin's body was carried away by medical staff, the board shuffled once again. This time, the results were meaningful. From Naruto's perspective, at least, Naruto Uzumaki will now face Kiba Inuzuka. The slightest hint of interest flashed across Gaara's unresponsive features as Konoha's most audible genin made his way down the stairs of the observation deck to face Kiba. The preliminary round had been exceptionally dull, and virtually nothing interesting had occurred. Those who were expected to win won, and those who were expected to lose were defeated. Predictability was the theme, and no one genin had done anything to change that narrative. You know, other than the fact that I actually recognize the name Inuzuka, I don't know a thing about either one of these two, Tamari commented as Kiba and Naruto faced one another and received a rundown of the rule set they would be competing under. Kankuro nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's true. I think the clan name is enough for me to pick Kiba, or whatever his name is, to win this, he said. Gaara, much to the surprise of her siblings, spoke up. I'll play devil's advocate. Naruto will win within 10 minutes, she proclaimed calmly. Temari raised an eyebrow at the prediction and gave her sister an odd look. What makes you say that? She asked skeptically, conscious of her tone so as to not aggravate the redhead. Gaara rested her elbows on the railing and tucked a strand of crimson hair behind her left ear. Clan recognition or not, Inuzuka-san has no business facing off against a being like Naruto, she said vaguely. Before either her brother or sister could question her further, Genma's voice broke the silence in the room. Begin. He ordered Naruto and Kiba. The early stages of the match were not confidence-building for those favoring or rooting for the blonde. Kiba, alongside his ninken named Akamaru, battered Naruto pillar to post. For every punch the excitable genin landed, he was hit with 3 in return, often from both directions. This pattern lasted for nearly 3 full minutes. Are you sure he's going to win? Kankuro asked as Naruto was doubled over by a driving knee to his midsection. Gaara, whose facial expression had not changed one bit since the beginning of the fight, simply nodded. Yes, she said shortly. As the puppeteer opened his mouth to protest, Naruto realized his first major moment of success. As Kiba charged forward to strike him, the blonde planted his feet and swung a wild right-handed punch. The strike connected squarely on the Inuzuka boy's jaw and wobbled his knees. Naruto then followed up by kicking aside Akamaru, who had transformed into a copy of Kiba via a strange jutsu. Kid's got some serious fight in him, that's for sure, Temari said with an approving nod as Naruto made a hand sign. A horde of clones then appeared in the arena, nearly 50 in number. From that point onward, it was a brawl. Kiba and Akamaru were able to defeat nearly 30 before the Nen was forced to revert to his form as a simple puppy. The fall of Akamaru instantly turned the tide in Naruto's favor, as Kiba seemed to prioritize the safety of his dog over his own victory. "This fight is over," Gaara said bluntly as Naruto's clones assaulted Kiba from all directions. Her bold statement was proven prescient less than a minute later when the blonde's doppelgangers launched Kiba high into the air before spiking him back into the floor. The impact made Kankuro and Temari flinch. "Jeez. He mauled him once the Nen dropped." "That was a thrashing," Tamari said with a whistle. Genma, who looked as surprised as the fan wielder was, checked Kiba's body for a moment before shaking his head and opening his mouth to announce the victor. "Kiba Inuzuka is unconscious. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki," he stated. The blonde remained down on the floor for a few moments, seemingly to make sure that Kiba wasn't severely injured as he was tended to by the medical staff. Once the health of both Kiba and Akamaru was assured, he turned and began his trek up the stairs. Gaara followed him with her eyes as he stepped up onto the observation deck and leaned on the railing for support. Despite having won decisively, Naruto wore the memories of the match on his face. His cheek was leaking blood from a gash underneath his left eye, and his jaw was colored black and blue from the punches he had absorbed. Gaara took note of his injuries and glanced back at the board on the wall, which was shuffling once again. After a few moments of waiting, the board stopped shuffling. Interestingly enough, the names that had appeared shared a common feature. Hinata Hyuga will now face Neji Hyuga. Naruto clenched his jaw and tightly gripped the railing as he looked on helplessly. A mismatch was raging below, and it was becoming difficult to watch. Hinata, despite a valiant effort, had been comprehensively brutalized for the better part of 7 minutes by Neji. Every exchange favored the elder of the two Hyuga, and the clashes were becoming more and more one-sided. "Just finish her off already. You could have done it 2 minutes ago," Naruto growled as he fumed at Neji's cruel extension of a match well under his control. Unfortunately, the blonde didn't get his wish. For several more cruel minutes, Hinata was knocked around the metaphorical ring by whatever technique Neji felt like employing. Eventually, and mercifully, the branch Hyuga struck her in the chest with his palm, sending a spew of blood from her mouth and dropping her to her knees. At this, Genma stepped between the combatants and waved off the match. "That went on for way too long," the blonde lamented angrily as Neji stood proudly over his crippled cousin. The look of shameless satisfaction on his face elicited a burning rage from Naruto. Before either Sakura or Kakashi could stop him, the excitable genin leapt over the edge of the railing and down to the ground. He landed roughly 20 feet from Neji, who cast him a sideways glance. The boys stared at one another silently for several moments before the tense stretch of soundlessness was broken. "Have something to say?" the Hyuga asked confrontationally. Naruto took a step forward and narrowed his eyes. "You took that way too far." "She was done 5 minutes in," he hissed. Neji raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "And what does it mean to you?" "To my knowledge, the two of you haven't spoken before," he asked. The blonde shook his head and threw up his hands in frustration. "It doesn't matter. That was cruel and uncalled for. I don't need to be close to her to have an issue with it," he yelled angrily. The Hyuga boy smirked insensitively. "Well, unfortunately for you, there isn't a thing you can do about it. What's done is done," he said coldly before turning around and briskly walking away. The blonde stared him down as he walked up the stairs. "Pompous asshole," he thought to himself as he made his own way towards the stairs. Before returning to the observation deck, however, he briefly stopped in front of the barely conscious Hinata. "You did a good job." "Whether you think so or not," he assured her quietly before trudging up the stairs and rejoining his team. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder and sighed. "Don't let him get to you, Naruto. You'll get your chance," he said. The Jinchuriki shook the hand from his shoulder and wiped at his still bleeding cheek. "Damn right I will, and when I do, he's going to wish he'd never been born," he said stiffly. The silver-haired jonin pursed his lips and shifted his feet a bit. "I know how you feel, kid." Gaara frowned as she struggled to process the event that had just occurred down below. Naruto had, according to the words the redhead had managed to hear clearly, argued in favor of a girl he had not once spoken to for any meaningful length of time. No personal connection, no incentive to intervene, nothing. After trying and failing to find answers to the questions swirling in her mind, Gaara sighed and gave up. I'll never understand it, she thought to herself in frustration. Her inner struggle was somewhat short-lived, as Genma cleared his throat immediately after the thought had crossed her mind. Alright, we're down to the last 2 matches. There are only 3 people who haven't fought yet, those being Gaara of the Desert, Rock Lee, and Shino Aburame. Whoever's name doesn't appear on the board for the next match will face Naruto. Got that? He asked the 3 ninja in question. Gaara, Shino, and Lee all gave a collective nod and looked to the randomizing board. The machine shuffled for around 15 seconds before settling on 2 names. Looks like you're up, Kankuro said to his sister as her name flashed on the board alongside Rock Lee's name. Gaara nodded and stretched. She then turned and began to walk towards the stairs. She, unlike Lee, who was somehow already present by Genma, walked slowly. Every step she took seemed to echo through the large stone room like a mountaineer call in the hills. Her slow pace eventually brought her parallel to Naruto. As she passed him, without thinking, she reached out, brushed his bloody cheek with her fingers, and collected a bit of plasma without even bothering to look at him as she did so. She then sampled the blood on her fingertips with her tongue. The metallic taste caused a smirk to spread across her lips. You will be fed soon, mother. Naruto stared at Gaara wide-eyed as she licked his blood from her fingertips, her gaze still fixed straight ahead. The pressure of her hand on his face remained long after the contact had ended, and not for particularly positive reasons. The place she had touched felt as though it had iced over, and the rest of his body shuddered in response. What the hell, he sputtered as Gaara calmly made her way down the stairs. Disturbingly, she appeared to be smiling. Kakashi, who had witnessed the entire scene, shifted his feet around uncomfortably. Hard as it is, you need to ignore her. She's trying to, well, I'm not sure. Just keep your head, he said. The blonde took a deep breath and forced himself to look down to the floor below, where Gaara and Lee were facing one another. Weirdo, he mentally projected at the redhead. A few moments after the thought had crossed his mind, Genma looked to either combatant and motioned for them to begin fighting. Lee needed no further prompting, as he immediately burst forward and unleashed a whirling kick aimed for the sand Kunoichi's upper chest. The strike never came close to landing. That sand, it moved on its own, Sakura, who had recently awoken from her concussion-induced slumber, said in awe. Her observation was accurate, as Gaara's sand had indeed erupted from her gourd without a cue to defend her from the kick coming her way. Once Lee had been repelled several feet, the sediment began to float in an ever-shifting cloud around the redhead's body. What a peculiar jutsu, Kakashi commented as Lee tried and failed to pierce the sandy defenses of Gaara. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows at the sight of Lee's inability to contend with the sand. She isn't even moving. She's just sitting there, letting him tee off, he said in a confused tone. Before either his teacher or his teammate could respond, another voice chimed in. That's because she doesn't need to move. Gaara can and might win this standing still, Kankuro, who had easily won his match earlier, said matter-of-factly. What gives you that idea? Sakura asked skeptically. The puppeteer smirked and leaned over the railing a bit as his sister sent Lee sprawling to the ground with the impact of her sand shield. I've seen her do it before, to more highly ranked ninja than this Lee guy. This won't last too long, he said confidently. Despite a strong desire to refute the statement, Naruto found that the evidence against such a counter-argument was mounting quickly in the arena below. Lee had absolutely nothing for Gaara. Every tactic, every approach, it was all countered and punished by the sand cloud of animated sand. She's going to slow down at some point. Moving around that much sand has to take a ton of chakra, Sakura argued. Kakashi sighed and shook his head in response to the rebuttal. His left eye was uncovered, and he was observing the match below. According to what my eye is showing me, that sand isn't linked to her chakra supply at all. I don't know how that's possible, but there's no disputing it. She won't be slowing down any time soon, he said grimly. Naruto wrung his hands and looked on helplessly as his fellow Konoha genin was ragdolled by Gaara. Come on, Lee. Find a way, he silently encouraged his comrade. His hopes were further dashed on the craggy shores of Gaara's overwhelming assault a moment later when the redhead flung the jumpsuit-wearing genin into the stone wall with a sickening thud. This may be it, Kakashi lamented as Lee struggled to his feet nursing what appeared to be a broken rib. Little did they know, Lee was far from beaten. Lee grimaced and staggered to his feet. He was tired, sore, and frustration was beginning to creep in. 5 minutes had passed since the commencement of his match with Gaara, and the leaf genin had done absolutely no damage. Every time he stepped forward to attack his foe, a wall of seemingly sentient sand would erect itself and protect the redhead from harm. Even more insultingly, Gaara had not moved from her starting position. She had simply stood in place and watched Lee fail to strike her repeatedly. I cannot hit her with the weights on. That much is clear. The question still remains whether or not that sand is set to one speed. It very well might speed up to match me, he thought to himself as he searched for a point of entry. After a moment of pointless analysis, Lee glanced up to the observation deck where Might Guy stood. There was a brief period of silent communication, and then Guy nodded. Lee promptly removed his leg sleeves and unbuckled the cumbersome training weight strapped to his ankles. Let's start fighting for real, he muttered, dropping the weights to the ground and cracking the stone as he spoke. Gaara raised an eyebrow at the impact of the weights with the ground, but remained calmly still. Taking the lack or a response as a cue, Lee burst forward and closed the gap between himself and Gaara. He led with a straight punch aimed for the center of her forehead, but was thrown off course ever so slightly by the redhead sand. As a result, he missed by mere inches. Almost, Lee thought to himself with a grin as he faded out of the reach of Gaara's sand. After taking a moment to judge the distance once again, he blitzed forward to attack the redhead. This time, instead of charging in a straight line, Lee rapidly shifted his angle to begin his assault from the left. The maneuver worked brilliantly, as Lee was able to crack her cleanly across her jaw with a hard punch that turned her head and buckled her knees. The jumpsuit-wearing genin attempted to build on his success by following up with a kick aimed for her neck and head, but Gaara's sand was able to intercept the strike and toss him backwards. Lee easily landed on his feet with an encouraged smirk on his face. Victory was not an impossibility, and the path was now open. Now brimming with confidence, the leaf genin set out to strike again. He disappeared from sight momentarily, bewildering Gaara just enough to create a gap in her defenses. This time, instead of aiming for her head, Lee kicked out the redhead's legs and forced her to take a knee. As she attempted to regain her footing, the leaf genin drove a spearing knee into her midsection that doubled her over. Using her lowered posture to his advantage, Lee stood her up straight with a sweeping uppercut that snapped her head straight upward. He was then forced to exit close range, as Gaara's sand was quickly closing in. Lee took a moment to admire his handiwork once he was safely out of danger and smiled. The redhead was on unsteady legs, her jaw was bruised, and she appeared to still be short on breath from the knee to her solar plexus. You're not used to getting hit, are you? Lee observed. Gaara dusted herself off and rubbed the side of her face a bit. It doesn't matter. You'll be a blood-drained corpse soon enough, she said darkly. She then sent out her sand to capture the taijutsu specialist. Much to her frustration, Lee was far too fleet of foot to be caught. He easily sidestepped the linear path of the sand and promptly punished her for the attempt with a sharp punch that stiffened her legs and knocked her onto her rear end. You cannot beat me, Gaara. Prodigal child or not, you cannot usurp my hard work, Lee declared as the redhead watched her own blood drip into the palm of her hand from her nose. Despite the boldness of the statement, nothing but silence radiated from Gaara. Choosing to push his luck a bit further, the leaf genin spoke up again. Silence implies that you have nothing to say. Has your will been broken? He asked. Unlike his previous jab at her, these words elicited a reaction. At first, the silence continued, slowly but surely, however, the sound of an incessant giggle could be heard growing louder. Eventually, Gaara rose back to her feet with her eyes cast to the ground. Despite her dejected posture, her shoulders shook with laughter. What is so funny? Lee asked as his adversary giggled. At his inquiry, Gaara's laughter stopped dead. She then raised her gaze from the floor up to meet his. Her nose was still leaking blood, but what was truly striking about her was the bare-faced grin on her face. "Do it again," she demanded vaguely. The Leaf Genin furrowed his considerable eyebrows and re-established his taijutsu stance. "What do you mean?" he asked. The redhead responded by catching him off guard with a sudden burst of speed manifested through her sand. The tendrils of earth seized Lee by his arms and pulled him forwards. Despite his struggles, he was quickly suspended in the air before Gaara. "Make me bleed like that again." "I insist," the sand kunoichi said, her voice a disturbing crossroads between a hiss and a purr. Lee quickly obliged and slammed his knee into the bottom of her chin, forcing her sand to release him from its grasp. The Leaf Genin rapidly cartwheeled backwards to recreate space, but soon discovered that he was no longer faster than Gaara's sand by any degree. He was easily tripped up by the sediment and sent sprawling to the ground. "Come now, don't shy away. Things are just beginning to get fun," Gaara called out to him as he rose to his feet and backed up to regain his bearings. "I assure you that I'm doing no such thing," Lee growled. He then pushed himself forward with a massive amount of effort, further increasing his speed. Gaara's sand was unable to compensate for the sudden increase, allowing for the Leaf Genin to launch the redhead backwards into the wall with a hard kick to her chest. The moment her back hit the boundary, Lee charged into range and cracked her across the left side of her jaw with a hooking punch with his right arm. Opting to gamble, Lee planted his feet and ripped two brutal strikes into her ribcage and temple respectively. Much to his dismay, the grin had still yet to leave her face. "Good, good. Now give me more," she whispered in his ear as her sand closed in to crush him. Lee managed to suppress his fear and shock just enough to mobilize himself in time to leap out of the way of the sand. As he landed, he looked back to the wall, where Gaara stood unfazed despite the varied assault her ribs and skull had sustained. Even more eerily, she appeared to be anything but discouraged. "She's mad. Completely and utterly insane," the Leaf Genin thought to himself fearfully as his foe calmly strolled towards him. A cut had been opened by Lee's knuckles on the side of her forehead, and the laceration was coloring the left side of her skull to match her crimson hair. "I can't beat her this way. I get a strong feeling that she let me land those strikes. I can't hurt her in any meaningful way as I am now," he thought to himself as he circled Gaara. For the second time that day, the Leaf Genin looked to his instructor. And for the second time that day, Guy nodded. Lee then crossed his arms in front of himself. "No, it can't be," Kakashi said, his tone radiating shock and disbelief as Rock Lee's chakra became visible around his body. The silver-haired ninja turned his attention to his left, where Guy stood in observance of his student's brutal contest. "Is that what I think it is?" he demanded as the room began to shake in the presence of Lee's suddenly immense power. The flamboyant Jonin pursed his lips, keeping his attention fixed on Gaara and Lee. "Yes, it is. And before you criticize me, consider the situation at hand. That boy had nothing. No talent to draw on, and nobody to teach him. When he became my student, I vowed to make him competent," he said rigidly. Kakashi growled and jammed his finger down at the arena, where Lee had begun his renewed assault on the maddened sand kunoichi. "A genin has no business using such a strenuous jutsu. It could kill him," he hissed. Guy's hands curled into fists as Lee brutally rocked Gaara's head from side to side with punches. "He can take it. I know he can," he assured his old rival. The copy ninja took a deep breath and forced himself to return his attention to the match. "What exactly has Lee done? He was losing a minute ago, and now he's beating her senseless," Sakura asked curiously. Kakashi revealed his left eye once again and focused it on Lee. "He's utilizing the 8 gates formation. Our bodies have 8 separate limiters, or gates, that regulate the flow of chakra through our system. These limiters can be forced open with practice, allowing the user to gain an enormous amount of power temporarily. As of right now, Lee is only using one of the 8-inch," he explained. Naruto and Sakura both looked on with wide eyes as their comrade tuned Gaara like an old clock. "If this is what one gate does for you, what does opening all 8 do? Make you into some kinda god?" Naruto asked. It was now Guy's turn to speak. "Opening all 8 would grant even a genin like yourself power that rivals that of the 5 Kage, if only for a short time. Unfortunately, doing such a thing will result in your death the moment the power wears off. Using even a single gate is incredibly dangerous for the uninitiated, he revealed. Kakashi glanced at his fellow jonin. How many does Lee have access to as of right now, he asked. Guy held up all the fingers on a single hand. 5 gates, and it looks like he's preparing to open the second right now, he said. The silver-haired ninja shook his head and gripped the railing. This is madness. I can barely open the first without feeling sore the next day. How can a mere boy open 5, he muttered. A moment after the sentence left his mouth, the jumpsuit-wearing genin definitively released the second gate. Any fatigue he had begun to show mere seconds beforehand vanished. Lee then went on the attack, kicking Gaara straight up into the air, a primary lotus while using the second gate, HM. Creative, Guy commented as his student battered the redhead further and further towards the ceiling. Once the pair had reached the upper boundary, Lee seized her from behind and corkscrewed them both downward at alarming speed. A split second later, he spiked her straight into the floor and leapt off to the side to avoid the impact. Hell yeah! That's gotta be it. Naruto cheered as the dust settled. Unfortunately, his and Guy's lively spirits were short-lived, as the body in the crater created by the impact dissolved into sand, a clone. When and how? Guy demanded as Gaara reappeared behind Lee and forced him to evade a wave of sand. Kakashi stroked his chin and studied the combat carefully. Lee missed at least one of those kicks on the way up towards the ceiling, probably due to the stress on his body. That girl is crafty, so I'm guessing that's when she did it, he theorized. You said something about Lee using that move while the second gate is open being unusual. Why is that out of the ordinary? Sakura asked. Guy nodded and flinched as his student was struck side-on by a condensed pillar of sand. Generally speaking, the first gate is all that is required to perform the primary lotus. You can do it from the second, but that's just a waste of energy in most cases, though the impact will be greater. If I had to guess, Lee skipped the first gate because he feels that this Gaara is too durable to be phased by the first gate. And, based upon what we've seen, he was probably right to do so, he extrapolated. A beat later, Lee backed up and lowered his stance once more. Is he going to push it even further? Kakashi breathed. Guy nodded his head solemnly and allowed his body to relax. Yes, it seems so. I don't know who that girl is, but she certainly isn't a normal genin. Anybody else in this room, even Neji, would be unconscious by now. Either that or dead, he said. Sakura shuddered as she recalled Gaara's brutal and ruthless murder of Zaku. She's anything but normal, she said tensely. A massive pulse of intense chakra then ripped through the room, signifying the conclusion of Lee's ascension. He's at 4 gates, Kakashi reported. Before any of the observers could react, Lee crushed the distance between himself and Gaara in an instant, breaking the sound barrier along the way. The redhead was then launched into the air as she had been once before. Then, an assault of monumental magnitude occurred in the airspace of the stone room. Gaara was bounced from wall to wall by Lee's fists and shins, with each impact more severe than the last. After a 30-second thrashing through the air, Lee released one final expulsion of chakra and prepared his ultimate strike. 5 gates. His body is ripping itself to pieces, Kakashi said with wide eyes. At those words, Lee unleashed the last of his body's tolerance into a violent punch to Gaara's gut. The redhead was sent soaring to the ground as Lee fell from his aerial post. Gaara's body was crushed into the floor and sent up a storm of dust and debris. There was then a stretch of tense silence as the obstructions cleared. What they saw was horrifying. Gaara stared up at the ceiling in a daze. The room was spinning, and her sense of direction was temporarily wrecked. After a few moments of reorientation, the redhead gasped for air and moved each of her limbs to make sure they were still intact. Much to her surprise and relief, none of them appeared to be broken. It took only a brief consideration for the sand kunoichi to decipher what the savior of her life had been. Pressed to her back was the remnants of her gourd, which had melted itself into a cushion of sand. The impact would have killed me, no question. How jarring, she thought apathetically. She then sat up straight and glanced to her left. It seems he wasn't so lucky. Oh well. All that remains, is the satisfaction, she thought with a smirk. She then stood to her feet and began a slow, menacing walk towards the battered and broken Lee, who was struggling to rise to his feet. Well done. Well done indeed. You're the first since my father to batter me like that. Be proud of that feat, she complimented the Leaf Genin as he glared at her with lamentable malice. Instead of taking hold of him with her sand, Gaara opted to grip his throat directly. Once she had established a vice on his neck with her left hand, she ripped him off his feet and suspended him in the air. You've lost. Now, give me your tribute to mother, she said huskily. Lee's eyes widened with terror as he was thrown to the ground. The deranged redhead then sent her sand into action to crush him to a pulp. The sediment crashed into the floor where the beaten genin laid, cracking the tiles badly. Ah, such a beautiful carnage. Gaara purred to herself. Her satisfaction, however, was short-lived. Standing in front of Lee, seemingly having saved him from a brutal flattening, was a man of greater stature and similar appearance. What are you doing here? This doesn't concern you, Gaara asked, her voice rife with irritation. The larger man shook his head and stood his ground. You had already beaten him. I will allow no senseless violence to occur. Especially regarding my own student, he said firmly. The sand kunoichi sai twitched. Why save him? He failed you without a shadow of a doubt, she asked skeptically. The Jonin remained silent for a moment before speaking. Because he's my precious student, and I love him, he said bluntly. Gaara stared at him blankly, a cog in her mind long unoiled trying and failing to turn. You, what? She said in a dumbfounded tone. When she received no answer, the redhead clenched her jaw and turned her back to the pair of similar-looking shinobi. I'm done, she hissed, taking steps towards the stairs as she spoke. Before she could make it even halfway to the stairway, a collective gasp rippled through the observers. Suddenly feeling compelled to turn around, Gaara glanced over her shoulder. Lee was back on his feet, twitching with what appeared to be life. His body shook like a tree in the wind, and his skin seemed thin as paper. What on earth? Why? How? Gaara thought to herself, a degree of panic creeping into her conscience for the first time in many years. After a few moments of confusion, it was discovered that Lee was, in fact, entirely knocked out despite his erect posture. At the revelation, Gaara relaxed and trudged her way up the stairs. Once she reached the observation deck, she made a slow walk for her siblings. Along the way, she stopped parallel to Naruto, who eyed her with abundantly obvious fear. Instead of reaching for his cheek as she had before, she put a hand on his shoulder and allowed a dark smile to creep across her lips. Thank you for your earlier donation, Naruto. Naruto spit blood out of his mouth as he marched Shino towards the stone wall. His head hurt, his reserves of chakra had been drained, and all he had left was his physical endurance. Shino's bugs, as it turned out, were capable of consuming chakra upon contact, and they had sucked the blonde nearly dry. The boys were deep into their prearranged match, and despite his compromised state, Naruto was pressing his advantage. Maybe I should have just let Kiba win. I probably wouldn't be as tired, he thought to himself as he snapped Shino's head back with a labored punch. The feeling of exhaustion was far from foreign to the Jinchuriki, meaning that he was more than capable of competing under such conditions. It appeared that Shino couldn't say the same. He's folding. I just need to keep pressuring. Just a little longer, Naruto urged himself, driving the point of his knee into the Aburame's forehead while pulling his head downward. The strike opened a large gash on Shino's forehead and buckled his knees, prompting the blonde to shove him backwards. Shino's back then hit the wall, signifying his dire situation positionally. Naruto grinned at the development. Checkmate, he said raggedly before crashing forward and collapsing the distance between them. He seized Shino by the back of his neck and used it as a lever to retch him over and spear another knee into his abdomen. Still grasping his neck and head, Naruto slashed his fellow countryman across the nose and cheek with an elbow. The impact of the blonde's forearm and elbow ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back, as Shino melted down to a seated position against the wall. Naruto then struck him twice more before he was pulled away by Genma, who shook his head and waved his hands over the shades wearing genin. Shino Aburame is unable to continue. Naruto Uzumaki advances, he announced to the observing genin. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief and wiped blood from the reopened cut on his cheek. The match had been grueling, much more so than he had anticipated it would. Much of his difficulty could have been attributed to the damage he had sustained from Kiba, but regardless of that fact, Shino had come to fight. "Thanks for the match, Shino," Naruto said to the concussed genin. He then turned and plodded his way up the stairs to the observation deck. The moment he reached the platform, grabbed his shoulders to steady him. "I don't need help walking, Kakashi-sensei. I'm fine," he argued as he was aided to the railing by his instructor. The silver-haired ninja shook his head and turned his attention back towards Genma, who now stood alone on the lower level. "You're dangerously low on chakra, and you pushed your cardiovascular system a bit far for my liking. You would have been wise to forfeit to Kiba earlier," he replied. The blonde chuckled and leaned over the metal supporting rail. "Funny. I was just thinking the same thing," he muttered. He was given little time to ponder the mistake he may have made, as the proctor down below cleared his throat soon after the thought crossed his mind. "All of the preliminary matches have concluded, meaning that the final round for next month has been decided. I'll be announcing those matchups now, so listen up," he said, instantly gaining the attention of the small crowd. "Shikamaru Nara will face Tamari of the Desert in the first match of the finals," he began, earning a groan from the Nara, and a comment about his distaste for fighting women so often. After he quieted down, the proctor continued. "Then, Naruto Uzumaki will face Neji Hyuga. The winner will go on to face the winner of the next match, which will be Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Desert," he continued. Naruto glanced at Neji out of the corner of his peripheral and smirked. "Good. I get to break his teeth in," he thought to himself. The final match was then announced, which was to be between Dosu Kinyuta, who had defeated Choji just before Naruto had fought Shino, and Kankuro. The winner of said match would face the winner of Shikamaru and Temari's battle. Once the proceedings had been clarified, the genin began to filter out of the large room. After managing to convince Kakashi to let him walk on his own, the blonde took his time leaving the room due to his still extant fatigue. The slow pace of his exit left him alone in the room with Kankuro, who seemed to be cleaning blood from his puppet. The labored nature of Naruto's movement caught the puppeteer's attention. "You alright?" he asked while stifling a laugh at the awkwardness of the blonde's walk. The Jinchuriki sighed and gave up momentarily to lean on the railing. "Yeah, about as fine as I can be. Not sure why I decided to agree to the whole 2 fights in 1 day routine, but what's done is done, I guess," he replied. Kankuro shrugged and chipped some dried blood off of his puppet with a kunai. "Impressed the hell out of me. Your stamina is insane. You actually outlasted the guy with the bugs," he complimented. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, but I got lucky. I got paired up with 2 people that I was probably never going to lose to. If I had gotten paired with somebody like Neji right after the fight with Kiba, there's no way I could have pulled it off. As much as I hate to admit that," he said honestly. The sand shinobi fiddled with his knife a bit. "Yeah, probably. Still, I don't think there are many people here other than you or Gaara who could have fought twice at all." "I sure as hell couldn't have," he said. The mention of the redhead's name drew a visible shudder from Naruto, something that was easily noticed by Kankuro. "Seems like you're smarter than you look. My little sister has you shaken, doesn't she?" the puppeteer asked. The blonde's face twitched at the question. "Have you ever had somebody lick your blood off their fingers right in front of you?" "She even thanked me for it," he asked rigidly. Kankuro put away his kunai and began to wrap up his puppet. "Yeah, the thanking part was a little bit weird for her. She's done that before, but only to people who are on the verge of death, and she never bothered with pleasantries," he said. Naruto's eyes widened. "You mean she's killed people?" he asked in a shocked tone. Kankuro pursed his lips and took a few moments to gather his thoughts before speaking. "Gaara is far from popular back home in Suna, and every so often, that lack of popularity creates some ugly moments. To answer your question, yes, she has. More than a few. In her defense, I'd consider a lot of them to be self-defense," he revealed somewhat regretfully. The Jinchuriki drummed his fingers on the railing uncomfortably. That's a little unsettling. Why isn't she popular? Like, she's weird and creepy, but you make it sound like she's hated, he asked skeptically. Kankuro shook his head and strapped his puppet to his back. Yeah, it is unsettling. Especially from your perspective, given the weird interest she seems to have in you. As for why she isn't popular, that's not something I can tell you. You'll probably find out on your own at some point, he said. Naruto frowned and opened his mouth to press for more details, but by the time the words came out, Kankuro had left the room. Great. A psychotic murderer has an interest in me. As if today couldn't get any more exhausting, he grumbled mentally as he forced himself to separate from the railing and begin his slow trek out of the room. Guess I know who to avoid for the next month now, he joked to himself tiredly while he pushed open the exit of the observation deck and stepped through. Little did he know, musings of avoidance would turn out to be nothing but fantasies. Naruto yawned and stretched a tad as he walked down the morning streets of Konoha. It was early, only 5:30, and the blonde had opted to put himself on a stricter schedule than usual in order to ready himself for the drilling he would be forced to endure in preparation for his match with Neji. Due to the lack of a properly risen sun, it was fairly cold, meaning that the walkways and streets were more or less unoccupied. It's drizzling. Of course, the blonde thought to himself, a degree of irritation sneaking into his subconscious at the feeling of chilling moisture against his skin. It had been roughly 2 days since the preliminary round of the Chunin exam, and Naruto had thought of little else but Neji Hyuga and what methods he would use to batter him. A smirk spread across the blonde's face as he visualized the arrogant Hyuga falling to his knees in the wake of a vicious and unrelenting defeat. That's gonna be fun, he thought to himself darkly. As he reveled in the potential possibilities, he rounded a corner and began to walk down a more secluded street. Given that it was still dark and rain-induced mist was fairly thick in the air, it took the blonde a bit too long to realize that he wasn't alone on the street. Completely detached from his surroundings for the moments, Naruto accidentally ran into another person, knocking them to the ground unintentionally. Oh geez, sorry about that. Are you Dash? The blonde began as extended a hand down to the person he had bowled over. His words froze in his mouth when he recognized the person he was offering assistance to. Seated on her rear end with a characteristically blank look on her face was Gaara, whose face and hair were soaked with the morning drizzle. Good morning, she greeted simply. Feeling as though it would be rude not to assist her despite his fear, the blonde fully extended his hand down to her. Sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention, he stammered tensely. The redhead studied the hand intently, seemingly trying to decipher the meaning of its position in proximity to her. After a few moments, she stood up on her own unaided. You already apologized to me, she pointed out while dusting herself off. Naruto rapidly searched for an appropriate response, but came up empty-handed. There was then a stretch of silence. Just my luck. First it rains, then I run into her in an empty street, Naruto lamented as Gaara gazed at him apathetically. Eventually, he asked a question. Why are you up and out so early? He asked. The girl from Suna shrugged and slicked her hair back to better manage it. As I already told you, I don't sleep very much, and when I do, it's always short-lived. What about you? Why are you awake at this hour? She inquired. The blonde mentally kicked himself for forgetting their previous encounter in the tower. I'm trying to get into a routine for my match. Only so many hours in a day to use for work, you know, he said. Gaara gave him no discernible reaction other than an almost imperceptible nod. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. I've never been one to train or drill, so I wouldn't really know, she replied. She then thought for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Now that I think about it, I think I came out here to feel the rain. I live in the desert, so I rarely experience such weather. This is only my second time feeling it, she explained. Naruto took a few steps back to create space between them, as Gaara had not opted to back up at all when she stood to her feet. Yeah, that must be weird. To not have rain, I mean. It doesn't rain a ton here, only once every 2 months or so, he said. The sand kunoichi studied her bare arms and the raindrops that had collected on them. Rain is quite cold. Unlike the wind, though, it doesn't really irritate me. Strange, she mused aloud. The leaf genin furrowed his eyebrows at her tranquil demeanor and shockingly tame considerations. I guess you never know what a person is hiding, he thought to himself as he recalled Kenkuro's confirmation of Gaara's status as a murderer. That unsettling thought opened the door for more memories of a similar category. Thank you for your earlier donation, Naruto. Naruto felt his blood run cold as the previously spoken words slithered through his mind. More than fear, however, the blonde felt a wave of curiosity and confusion washing over him as he looked upon the crimson-haired girl before him. How is she so calm? She was screaming for Lee's blood less than 2 days ago, and now she's all starstruck about the rain, he wondered to himself. How long have you been out here? He asked. Gaara turned her attention from the sky above back to him in response to his question. Around 3 hours. I was able to sleep for 30 minutes from about 2 to 2:30 this morning, so I had some extra energy, she said matter-of-factly. Naruto's eyes widened. It's like 40 degrees out, and you're wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Aren't you cold? He asked, dumbfounded by the prospect of a person simply walking about in such conditions with so little covering. The redhead shrugged. Temperature has never bothered me very much. I've lived in heat my whole life, and the cold numbs me, so I don't feel it. Are you bothered by the cold? She asked. Naruto nodded and pulled his jacket more tightly around himself. Yeah, I guess so. Not that I haven't gotten used to spending time in it, though. I get locked out sometimes, he said with a chuckle. The redhead showed a frown for the first time since their meeting that morning. If it's your home, how can you be locked out? Does your family dislike you? She asked. The leaf genin scratched the back of his head uncomfortably. I don't really have one, actually. My door is wonky, and it locks itself sometimes. Weird as that sounds, it's true, he said, trying to mask his discomfort with a humorous tone. For a brief moment, Gaara's face twisted into a defiant expression. One of familiarity. It vanished as quickly as it came, hidden well by a flash of morning lightning. Ah, I understand. Perhaps you should replace the door, or fix it, she suggested. Naruto shook his head and patted his pockets symbolically. I'm a little short on money, so that probably won't happen for a while. Not that I mind. It always unlocks eventually, he admitted. Gaara assessed him carefully and stepped forward. You look extremely ragged. Your face is still bruised and cut, and your breathing pattern is erratic and choppy, she observed bluntly. Naruto immediately felt his fear resurface at her sudden interest in his injuries. He shifted his feet uncomfortably and glanced to his left, spotting a corner turning onto another street. Yeah, I guess so. I did fight twice during the prelims, so I don't think it's all that weird. Now, I know this is sudden, but I need to start my training, he said quickly before maneuvering around Gaara and making his way to the previously identified corner, around which he walked to disappear from sight. The girl from Suna watched him leave and tilted her head to one side, causing a strand of damp hair to stray down onto her forehead again. Did I say something unusual? Kakashi concealed his Sharingan once more and turned around to make his way to the opposite edge of the rooftop. The scene he had just witnessed had been an odd one by several metrics, but excessively interesting nonetheless. What a strange girl. Equal parts insane and completely naive. Weird mix of traits, he thought to himself in reference to Gaara, whom the silver-haired ninja had just finished watching converse with his blonde pupil. Despite the relatively short length of the conversation, much could be garnered from its contents. On the one hand, Naruto is utterly terrified of her, and with good reason. But on the other hand, I kind of feel like he's in a good deal less danger than somebody like Sasuke would be in the same situation. Not sure why, but it doesn't feel likely that he's injured by her this month, the Jonin reviewed within his mind. Kakashi then began to leap across rooftops in the direction of his home. Funnily enough, Naruto's chakra levels were more erratic than hers were. Almost certainly due to fear, but even still. Naruto isn't afraid of much, and he can't even start to hide it with this one, he pondered. As he crossed buildings, Kakashi considered a possibility. That sand of hers isn't linked to her chakra, but it clearly treats her like fine china. Even her carrying gourd came to her aid against Lee. That alongside her miraculous recovery from the injuries she sustained, it all suggests one thing, he thought analytically. He then reached the roof of his home, on which he had installed a trap door for easy entry. Once inside, he poured himself a glass of water from his faucet and sat down in a dining room chair. As he sipped the liquid, he completed his hypothesis. You may have, by pure coincidence, run into another one, Naruto. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow as he labored his way through the training grounds. Drilling had been rigorous, and despite his genuinely excellent level of natural conditioning, he was sore and sluggish as a result. After some argument, the blonde had badgered Kakashi into splitting time between himself and Sasuke for instruction. It had been 4 days since the preliminary round, and 2 days since the arrangement of training schedules had been made. When he wasn't being critiqued and spared by the silver-haired ninja, Naruto was studying a book he had stolen from the library that pertained to the Gentle Fist. While the Leaf Genin certainly lacked nearly all of the technical skill of Neji Hyuga, knowledge of how to counter the general style and approach would prove useful when the time came. The weather was much more pleasant than it had been the past several days, as the sun was out and the breeze was light. Such weather was to be relished, because the month of October was to begin in 3 days' time. While the winter solstice wasn't set to occur until the 21st of December, winter-esque conditions tended to settle in several months early. I should buy a coat, Naruto thought to himself as he trekked on through the field. He then did a simple modicum of math, sighing at its conclusion. In a month or two, he thought to himself glumly. Quickly pushing away the depressing thoughts of finances, the Jinchuriki picked up the pace at which he was walking and exited the training grounds in their entirety. Despite the transition, there was still a fair distance between himself and his sector of Konoha, roughly 3 miles to be exact. The longer he walked, the more uneasy he began to feel. Eventually, after nearly a half-mile of travel, the blonde stopped in his tracks and glanced over his shoulder. What he saw drew a comical flinch and double-take from Naruto. Standing 10 feet behind him, gourd strapped to her back, was Gaara. The genin engaged in a prolonged staring contest for a stretch of time before Naruto managed to find his voice. "Were you following me?" he asked nervously. The redhead nodded and gestured back towards the now distant training grounds. "Yes, since you exited those fields. I was taking a walk, noticed you leaving, and decided to follow you," she explained in monotone fashion. The blonde opened his mouth to respond, but closed it again when he found that he had no response. At least she's up front about it, he thought to himself, unsure of whether to be relieved or stressed to an even higher degree. The Jinchuriki then mustered up enough composure to ask another question. "How did you follow me for so long without me noticing?" he asked. Gaara simply shrugged and began to fiddle with a miniature cloud of sand she had conjured between her thumb and index finger. "I matched my footsteps and breathing pattern to yours and made sure to tread quietly." "That, and you aren't very observant," she said bluntly. Naruto immediately prickled at the jab. "Oh, can it? I'm observant," he snapped defensively. The redhead, completely unfazed by the reply, simply stared at him blankly. "In a sense, yes, but in another, absolutely not," she said vaguely. The blonde furrowed his eyebrows and gave her a questioning look. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" he demanded. Gaara opted not to answer him immediately, prompting Naruto to sigh heavily and turn his back to her. "God, you're so weird and aggravating. Just leave me alone," he grumbled, walking away as he spoke. He had gone no more than 20 steps before he glanced back over his shoulder again. "I told you to leave me alone," he said, irritation audible in his voice as he glared at the odd girl trailing him. Gaara scratched her cheek boredly and continued walking forward despite Naruto having halted a moment previously. "I know. I just don't care," she replied, stopping parallel to his right shoulder. Naruto glared at her further for a few seconds before conceding and resuming his walk. "If you're going to bug anybody, it should be Sasuke. He's the person you're fighting," he pointed out tiredly. His unwanted companion shrugged her shoulders once again. "Sasuke Uchiha is of no threat to me. I have no reason to waste my energy on somebody so pedestrian," she said. The Leaf Genin raised an eyebrow at the declaration and scoffed. "You're gonna regret thinking that way when the finals roll around. He'll make you eat those words," he assured her confidently. Gaara's mouth twisted into a smirk at his retort. "I certainly hope he can be as invigorating as Rock Lee was," she said with a dark chuckle. Naruto tensed at the sudden emergence of the very same tone that the redhead had used while sampling his blood. Why yeah. He'll do what Lee couldn't. He'll put you down, he said a touch less firmly. Gaara eyed him, the grin slowly straightening back into a look of apathy and boredom. You don't believe that. Besides, I don't think you want to face your own teammate in the semi-final round, she said. Naruto's eye twitched a bit. I'd do it if I had to, he said somewhat uncomfortably. The redhead turned her gaze back to the terrain ahead of them. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll free your conscience of that burden. I will be your opponent, and no matter how much you deny it, you know it to be true, she said, her tone making it clear that the topic was not up for discussion. Naruto kicked up some dust as he walked. You seem pretty committed to that idea. Fighting me, I mean. Why is that? He asked. Gaara remained silent at first, but eventually responded. Because no other person in this exam is entitled to your injury. That honor is mine, and I will not be challenged on that front, she said, her eyes narrowing a tad while she spoke. Naruto instinctively stepped to his left to create a bit more space between them at her words. Keep on telling yourself that, he muttered in a falsely defiant tone that comically failed to mask his discomfort and lack of any real response. The pair then lapsed into a long and, in the Leaf Genin's case, uncomfortable silence. The stretch of soundlessness was inevitably broken 10 minutes later upon their entry into a more populous sector of Konoha. They're glaring at you, Gaara stated as she and Naruto waded through a crowd of villagers, many of whom were casting antagonizing looks in the blonde's direction. Got any other news? Naruto asked sarcastically. The redhead, not catching on to his tone in any way at all, nodded. Yes. Beyond the glares from the strangers, a teammate of yours is also observing us from a distance, she revealed, catching Naruto's attention immediately. The Leaf Genin glanced in all directions for several moments before spotting the person in question. Sakura was standing off by a nearby shop, and her facial expression was one of confusion and fear. It took little time for Naruto to decipher the reasoning behind her distress. He glanced at Gaara, who was studying the pink-haired girl, and pursed his lips. This is going to be hard to explain, he thought to himself dreadfully. He was given no further time to ponder his potential responses, as Sakura then sprinted from her previous position toward them. She stopped a healthy distance of 10 feet from the pair. And Naruto, what are you doing with her? She stammered, memories of the forest clearly ravaging her mind as she asked her question. Naruto scratched the back of his head and glanced at his unwanted companion. Ask her. I was just going about my day, and then she decided to start following me around, he said. Sakura then forced herself to meet the blank stare of Gaara. Why are you following my teammate? What do you want from him? She asked fearfully. The redhead thought for a moment. I'm not entirely sure, now that I think about it. Perhaps I'm simply bored. Yes, that must be it, she said, seemingly thinking out loud. Sakura scowled. That can't be it. You have an ulterior motive, she pressed. As his teammate laid into Gaara, Naruto slowly began to step backwards to blend into the crowd. Once he was roughly 5 feet back, he took off in the opposite direction, seemingly unnoticed by both girls. I'll just take the long way home, I guess. Gaara fought the urge to yawn as Sakura piled up accusations against her. The leaf kunoichi had not stopped snapping at her for nearly a full minute, and it was growing tiresome. Just as the redhead was about to find a place to slide in a comment of her own, Sakura ran out of breath, seemingly having exhausted her own supply of oxygen with her angry rant. Gaara then responded for the first time. As I said before, I don't entirely know why I opted to follow him. But, I can assure you I did not mean to harm him, she said as the pink-haired girl glared at her. Sakura prepared to retort, but stopped mid-beat and frowned further. Where's Naruto? She asked. Gaara snapped out of her half-attentive trance and looked to her right, finding no sign of the blonde. After scanning her surroundings for a moment, Gaara's face fell just a tad, almost appearing to be disappointed. Oh, you drove him away, she muttered quietly. The leaf kunoichi shook her head rapidly and jammed a finger at the girl from Suna. Don't put this on me. You were the one stalking him, she said defensively. The redhead sighed and closed her eyes. She then focused her senses for a few seconds. As wonderful as this has been, I'll be on my way now, she said shortly as she turned to follow after the chakra signature of Naruto. Before Sakura could protest, Gaara stepped into the crowd and began walking away from the leaf kunoichi. As she maneuvered her way through the cluster of villagers, the redhead focused her ears to listen to the mumblings of the people around her, mostly out of boredom. The more she listened, the clearer it became that Naruto may have left for more reasons than social discomfort. Little wretch. Glad he's gone. I might pay him a visit, if you know what I mean. Those girls should have thrashed him. For reasons unknown even to Gaara herself, a scowl formed on her face. As she pondered her own emotions regarding the cruel commentary surrounding her, an unwelcome voice split through her mind. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? An ancient voice mused in reference to the harsh words of the villagers. Gaara's left eye twitched at the sound of the voice. After she refused to respond, the voice returned once again. Tell me, why is it that you're dedicating your time to the fox brat? He's of no use to you. None at all, the demon asked. Despite knowing better, Gaara couldn't help but snap back. As I told he and his teammate, I'm bored. I need something to do, and Naruto is the most interesting thing this settlement has to offer, she replied. The ancient voice chuckled maliciously within her mind. If you're really so starved for entertainment, then why don't you make use of him? He's weaker than you are. It would be easy pickings, the dark being suggested. Gaara pushed her way out of the crowd and fought to control her urge to crush them all to paste. Leave me alone, Shikaku. I don't feel like discussing this, she snapped rigidly. The presence of the demon grew stronger at her words. I think you're forgetting who's in control. Need I remind you? Shikaku asked menacingly as Gaara's eyes involuntarily shifted to a golden color. A searing pain then ravaged her skull momentarily. Go away. She hissed aloud as she gripped the side of her head to quell the pain in her temples. After a brief struggle, the demon conceded and retreated back into the corners of her mind, allowing her eyes to return to their natural blue color. Gaara then started walking again, the chakra of Naruto close enough to be felt strongly. After a few steps, Shikaku spoke one final time. I am one with you, Gaara. I know your thoughts, I know your intentions, and I know your subconscious desires. My advice to you is this: don't bother. You will never be accepted. Not even by another subhuman wretch like him, the demon whispered coldly before fading away completely. Outwardly unfazed, the redhead tucked a strand of crimson hair that had been blown into her face by the wind behind her left ear and continued her journey towards Naruto. Why must every country be windy? Naruto chewed the inside of his lip absently as he plodded up the stairs towards his modest apartment. His cunning escape from the awkward encounter with Sakura had gone smoothly, if not quietly. The entire situation had been difficult to find an appropriate response to, and Sakura's reaction was far from unjustified. She had every right to be shocked. I mean, seeing your teammate walking around with a girl who you saw slaughter a guy with no hesitation would be weird and scary. I'm not even sure why she was following me, the blonde thought to himself as he reached his front door. Just as he was turning the handle, the sound of footsteps behind him drew a flinch from him. Well aware of who the culprit was without having to turn around, Naruto sighed. That you, Gaara? He asked tiredly. The sound of shifting sand answered his question non-verbally. The leaf genin then released the door handle and turned to face the girl, who was standing a few feet from him. I thought I told you to leave me alone, he said. Gaara nodded and manipulated a small cloud of sand into the shape of a bird she had observed during her trek to him. Yes, you did, but I don't want to, she said absently while fidgeting with the bird of sand. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows and gave her a questioning look. Why? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not doing anything fun, I promise, he asked skeptically. The redhead turned her gaze from her sand to the blonde. Because your village is boring, and I have nothing to do. You're my only entertainment, she said, speaking as though it were the most painfully obvious thing in the world. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Go bother somebody else. I don't want to entertain you, he said bluntly. Gaara shook her head and took a firm step forward. You have no more to do than I do. I don't require anything more than you speaking to me, she said. The blonde turned back around and opened his door. I do, actually. I have some studying to do for the finals. I have a hard enough time concentrating to begin with, so I'd appreciate it if you'd be polite and leave me be, he clarified, stepping into his dwelling as he spoke. Before Gaara could respond, the leaf genin closed the door. After staring at the door for a few moments, the redhead sighed and sat down in front of it with her back pressed to the wood. She drew her knees up to her chin and stared at the opposite wall blankly. Study well, Naruto, she mumbled. For the next 10 minutes, no sound came from the apartment. As the minutes passed, hunger slowly nagged away at the girl from Suna. Perhaps I should return to the motel, she thought to herself. Just as she was about to begin rising to her feet, the feeling of pressure on the opposite side of the door caught her attention. I have a question, said Naruto's voice from within the apartment. Gaara immediately settled back into her seated position and pressed her back into the door, confirming the fact that the blonde's weight was pressed against the same spot on the opposite side. What would you like to know? She asked. There was then a pause. Once a minute had passed, the blonde spoke once again. What's up with your moods? Against Lee, you were screaming and moaning for his blood and all that. But now, you're so calm. You're still creepy, don't get me wrong, but you aren't flat out insane like you were. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why do you change gears so quickly? He asked, seemingly nervous about the subject matter he was delving into. Gaara pondered his question for a moment. Well, I suppose it's because, you and I have a lot in common, Naruto, she said vaguely. The leaf genin seemed to struggle with her response for a bit. What are you saying? He asked nervously. Gaara stared up at the ceiling and drummed her fingers on the wooden floorboards. You had a burden forced upon you without your consent, and so did I, she said. This statement seemed to fill in the gaps for the blonde, as his reaction was audible despite his efforts to suppress it. You're like me? He asked quietly. The redhead lowered her eyes back to the floor and began playing with a few strands of her hair. Unfortunately, yes. Very much like you, Naruto, she replied sadly. Her stomach then rumbled, causing Gaara to cover her abdomen with her left hand and sigh. I'm going now. Forgive my intrusion, she muttered. As she rose to her feet, a surprising call came from within the apartment. Wait, stay where you are for a second, Naruto requested quickly. Greatly taken aback by the blonde's order, Gaara did as she was told and waited patiently. A few moments later, Naruto emerged from his dwelling and held out a hand. In his palm was a medium-sized rice bowl. You sounded hungry, he said awkwardly. The redhead stared at the morsel of food wide-eyed for a stretch before gingerly taking hold of it with both hands. Naruto then backed up a step and reached for his door handle. I still can't talk to you. I have to read some stuff for my fight, so I'll see you later, he said in a rushed tone before closing the door, leaving Gaara alone in the hall for the second time. Gaara's eyes remained fixed on the door for a lengthy period of time before she took a small bite of the now cold rice ball. Thank you. Gaara pushed a strand of damp hair out of her eyes as she nibbled on a rice ball. It was raining for the second time in the 2 weeks that had passed since the preliminary round, and the redhead found herself enjoying it once again. As with the first time, the rain was frigid cold, with each drop feeling like liquefied ice hitting her skin. Beyond the cold, rainy nights drove the rest of the population indoors, leaving Gaara to herself in the streets. Silent, undisturbed, and peaceful, the redhead sighed in disappointment as she swallowed the final bite of her rice ball. It had been 4 days since Naruto had introduced her to the food, and she had developed a craving. Luckily, food was fairly cheap in Konoha, meaning that Gaara could easily acquire what she desired without exhausting the travel funds that had been provided to her by Suna. As the remnants of the food's flavor lingered on her tongue, the redhead's mind wandered back to her previous encounter with Naruto. You sounded hungry. The sentence had rattled around in her skull countless times since the evening on which she had heard it, and its implications still baffled Gaara greatly. Words of that nature had not been spoken to her in many, many years. Why would he offer me food? He has little himself, from what I've gathered, she wondered to herself. After pondering the question to little productivity, she changed her focus to another aspect of the conversation, one that had directly preceded the offer of sustenance. Naruto's reaction to the revelation that Gaara also bore the weight of being a Jinchuriki appeared to have altered his demeanor somewhat. Before the information had become known to him, the blonde had been openly fearful and wary Gaara, but upon learning of her status, he had taken a step to be something similar to kind. How puzzling. He feared me less after learning of my true nature. Although, familiarity can be a comfort in situations like ours, she pondered quizzically. Lightning then flashed across the night sky, drawing Gaara's eyes up to the moon, which was peeking through the rain clouds. The lunar celestial body shined brightly down on the sand kunoichi. The light caused her to squint and lower her eyes to the ground at her feet to avoid the brightness. It's been a few days since then. No contact whatsoever. Not that I haven't kept watch regardless, she reviewed mentally. For the next 5 minutes, Gaara sat in silence, her mind drawing a blank as she attempted to regain her usual apathy. Try as she might to purge it, a nagging feeling of attachment remained in the corners of her mind. Eventually, she gave up, allowing the feeling to take root. It was then that she began to shiver. Despite enjoying the low temperature of the rain, her body disagreed with her mind. It was icy, and her nervous system was making its displeasure known. Just as the Jinchuriki was preparing to rise to her feet from the bench and begin the long trek back to the hotel, the feeling of raindrops striking her skin ceased, causing her to frown and glance up from the damp ground. You really need to quit sitting in the rain. You'll get sick, Naruto, who was holding an umbrella over her head, said with a tired sigh. Gaara studied him with a puzzled look on her face. Given that I am set to face your teammate, shouldn't you be doing everything you can to facilitate my sickness? She asked. Naruto wiped rainwater out of his eyes and shrugged. Yeah, maybe, but even Sasuke would want it to be fair, he explained matter-of-factly. The redhead chuckled a bit at the response. Both you and he will come to regret that sentiment, but oh well. I am quite cold right now, so thank you, she said, eliciting an uncomfortable shift from Naruto with her underlying tone. Before he could respond, Gaara stood up from the bench, not bothering to wait for Naruto to step back while she did so. The result was the spacing between them being no more than 6 inches once Gaara had drawn herself up to her full height. The proximity caused Naruto to flinch and stumble backwards. He tripped over his own feet and fell to his rear end, umbrella and all. You could have warned me, he complained as he glared up at his fellow Jinchuriki. Gaara, for the first time in many years, cracked a non-threatening smile. I suppose this makes us even, doesn't it? You knocked me down in the rain once before, and now here you are, soaking on the ground. I didn't even have to touch you, she said with an uncharacteristic giggle. The blonde stared at her silently, dumbfounded by her sudden girlishness. So that was on purpose, he asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Gaara shook her head and fiddled with a strand of her hair. No, that was entirely your blunder. Your balance is quite poor, apparently, she said blankly. The Leaf Genin frowned, climbed back to his feet, and wiped the umbrella dry with his sleeve before opening it again. My balance isn't bad, you just don't have any idea what personal space is, he corrected bluntly. The girl from Suna tilted her head to one side and quit fidgeting with her hair. I didn't touch you, so I don't quite understand what the issue was, she said, blatantly unaware of the concept being referenced. Naruto, completely taken aback by her social naivete, took a moment to gather himself before speaking again. Well, you just aren't supposed to stand super close to people. It's weird, he explained. Gaara furrowed her eyebrows and returned her head to an upright position. As I understand it, human beings are social creatures. Why would close contact be looked down upon? She asked skeptically. Naruto scratched the back of his head. You say it like you aren't a person too. But the point is that people don't like to be crowded. Do you understand? He asked, feeling as though he was educating a toddler. The sand kunoichi looked on thoughtfully for a moment, eventually nodding. So, in other words. She began, taking a sudden step forward as she spoke to close the gap between them. This is too close, she inquired. The forward step had taken her right into Naruto's personal space, with her chest a mere 3 inches from his own. The blonde flinched, but was able to remain upright this time. He then nodded. Why yeah. It is. Way too close, he said awkwardly, greatly uncomfortable with the feeling of Gaara's breath on his face. The redhead then stepped back a few feet and frowned in irritation as a raindrop caught her in the eye. Beyond your foolish concern for my health, what brings you to me at this hour? It's nearly midnight, you know, she questioned the leaf genin. Naruto remained silent, seemingly unsure of his own intentions. After a decent stretch, he answered, you said a few days ago that you were like me. A Jinchuriki. Were you, being serious? He asked nervously. Gaara's gaze softened at his question. Yes, I was. As much as I wish it weren't the case, I told you the truth, she assured him. Naruto pursed his lips and exhaled through his nose as he lowered his eyes to the ground. I guess that explains how you're totally fine after what Lee did to you. And you said something about it affecting how you act. Does your demon take control of you sometimes? He asked. Gaara felt a twinge of pain in her skull at the question, but she quickly suppressed the rising tide. He doesn't quite control me. More like influences. Though, I would be lying if I said it didn't come in handy combat-wise. I'm virtually impossible to kill, apparently, she explained. The blonde glanced up from the ground. You make it sound like you just found that out yourself, he pointed out. The redhead shrugged and stretched her back. That was the first time anybody other than my father has damaged me to any extent at all. Rock Lee never hurt me particularly badly, but he certainly made me feel pain. A new and welcome experience for me, she revealed. Naruto pushed away his discomfort at her description of the beating she had endured as welcome and nodded. That makes sense, I guess. Unlike you, I got used to taking damage at an early age, if you know what I mean, he said with a laugh to hide the underlying pain in his voice. Gaara easily sussed out the veiled emotion. So, they came for you too. I'm not alone in that regard, then. How depressingly comforting, she deadpanned with a sideways glance to a still-lit window of a nearby home. Naruto sighed and forced himself to look at her. They beat you up too, huh? People suck, don't they? He said with a sad chuckle. The girl from Suna shook her head and shook from the cold. They certainly tried. Though all of them failed for one reason or another. Be it because they bailed at the last moment out of fear, or because they were unfortunate enough to catch me in a bad mood. I almost began to feel sorry for them at one point. Just mere ants nibbling away at a bear, she said darkly. Her fellow Jinchuriki felt himself tense with apprehension and wariness, but held his footing. Killing them isn't the answer. They'll never stop hating you if you do that, he said shakily. Gaara gazed at him curiously. They brand you with their hate and you still choose to show them mercy. How pure of you. Unfortunately, I was not born with the same inclination for patience. I give them all a chance to run away, and I don't pursue them if they take it. If they don't, I follow through. I'm not heartless. They all make the choice themselves, she said cynically. Naruto flinched at the sound of crashing thunder. It still isn't right. They're still people, and people make mistakes, he argued. The redhead turned her eyes up to the raging storm above and let water soak her face further. Maybe so, but what they have done to you and I isn't right either. Two wrongs don't necessarily make a right, but they can set an example for why right is the wiser choice, she replied. The blonde opened his mouth to respond, but found that he had nothing to say. After a moment of silence, Gaara looked to him once more. She then reached forward and laid a hand on his cheek, which she then used to brush back a section of his damp bangs. You fascinate me, Naruto. You've suffered as I have, and yet here you are, fighting a good fight as best you can. In a sense, you're my better half. Bent, but not quite broken yet, she said, a distant smile on her face. Naruto froze in place at the sudden contact. Realizing the effect she was having, Gaara instantly pulled her hand back and let it drop to her side. Forgive my ramblings. I was thinking out loud, she said. Naruto quickly regained his bearings and touched the side of his face where her hand had been. Somehow, it was even colder than it had been before. I still don't think killing people is okay. Even if your point about it being an example is maybe a little true, you can't just end lives, he said, his expression a bit sadder than it had been previously. The sand kunoichi chewed the inside of her lip pensively. But I do, and I'll likely end countless more in my lifetime. Some for my own sake, some not. Whether or not you approve is of no consequence in the long run, she said, her tone oddly conflicted. Naruto maintained flimsy eye contact with his fellow Jinchuriki. I'm not afraid of a whole lot anymore, but I think I'm afraid of you, he said. Gaara smiled again and lowered her gaze to the ground. You aren't the first, and you won't be the last. It says nothing poor about your bravery, she assured him. Another period of silence then reigned over the pair. After an uncomfortable stretch, Naruto held out the umbrella to her. I've gotta get some sleep. I'll, see you some other time, he said in a rushed, awkward tone as Gaara wordlessly took hold of the umbrella with a nod, her eyes not leaving the ground. As Naruto walked away, Gaara opened the umbrella and held it over her head to shield herself from the rain. Despite the cover, water still dripped down Gaara's cheeks. Unlike before, however, it came not from the sky, but from her eyes. Kakashi rubbed his eyes tiredly as he knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. It was late, nearly 2 in the morning, and the likelihood of the elderly Kage being conscious at such an hour was less than excellent. Despite the odds, the silver-haired ninja had opted to visit regardless. After another 10 seconds of knocking, a call came from within the room that permitted Kakashi to enter. Taking the prompt, the Jonin pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing the door behind him once he had fully entered. Thank you for having me, Hokage-sama, he said with a respectful bow as Hiruzen eyed him. Once his respects had been paid, Kakashi made his way to the old man's desk. I'm assuming you've a topic you'd like to discuss, the Hokage asked, gesturing for Kakashi to sit down in a chair near the desk. The Jonin quickly seated himself and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I do. It involves Naruto, he said, expecting to catch his superior's attention instantly. Defying his expectations, Hiruzen simply nodded and glanced at his crystal ball, which was sitting on the edge of his desk. How coincidental. I was observing him several minutes before you began to knock, he said. Kakashi leaned back in his chair and stretched. So I guess that means you know why I'm here. Quite a fascinating scene, wasn't it? He asked. The old man nodded in agreement and folded his hands atop his desk. Indeed it was. Though, I think concerning would be a more fitting adjective for what we just witnessed. That girl is greatly unsettling to me, he corrected. His subordinate drummed his fingers on his leg as he reviewed his knowledge of the foreign kunoichi. I can see why. Erratic mood swings, freakish power, and an odd fascination with Naruto. Sounds like a recipe to stress you the hell out, he joked dryly. Hiruzen managed a smile, but quickly replaced it with a frown. 2 of those aspects can be explained by her status as a Jinchuriki, but the third is what I'm struggling to grasp. Her fixation is difficult to ascertain the origin of, he pondered. Kakashi shrugged and adjusted his forehead protector. Seems pretty straightforward to me, honestly. She isn't used to people not running on sight, and Naruto is too naturally attuned to walking into the fire to back off when he should. She's captivated by his gall, he hypothesized. Hiruzen stroked his bearded chin and furrowed his eyebrows. A sound theory, but one that this most recent interaction very much puts on ice. This crystal ball cannot grant me the privilege of hearing conversations, but body language can tell you quite a lot. There was absolutely no aggression to be found in her. A bit of curiosity, which would support your statement, but as it all dragged on, she slowly became more and more reactive to his words and actions, he said analytically. The silver-haired ninja shifted a bit in his seat. That implies that what he was saying and doing was having a direct effect on her mood and temperament. Which could mean a myriad of different things, only some of which are good, he said. The Hokage sighed and stood up from his seat. He then turned around and looked out of the window behind his desk. I'm assuming you left before the conclusion of their encounter, correct? He asked. The Jonin nodded and motioned for his leader to continue. At one point during their final exchange, she reached out and touched the side of Naruto's face. She then said a few words and let her arm drop, he revealed. The Jonin scowled. It's possible she threatened him, he said. Hiruzen shook his head firmly and turned to face Kakashi before returning to his post behind his desk. No, I highly doubt it. I say that because just before he left, Naruto gave her his umbrella. If he had been threatened, he would have either ran or attacked her, not given her a gift, he said. The copy ninja produced a kunai and twirled it on his index finger. So, after seeing all of that, do you plan to take any action? He asked curiously. The Hokage chuckled and set his Kage hat aside. No, not yet at least. It would be disingenuous of me to say that I'm not fascinated by it all to some degree. It's not often you have two Jinchuriki in one village simultaneously. Perhaps I'm cruel for wishing for it, but a battle between them in the final round would be an excellent way to unravel the deeper psychology at play, he said. Kakashi smirked and smoothly distributed his blade back into its pouch. If all goes well, Sasuke will prevent that from happening altogether. Naruto sighed and drew his knees up to his chin as a cold breeze blew across the roof of his apartment complex. The date was October the 10th, the day of the blonde's birth. 8 days remained in the month of training that had been afforded to the genin to train, and Naruto was weary from the relentlessly grueling drills he had been subjected to by Kakashi. Despite the difficulty of the task, the Jonin had done a sublime job of splitting time between his two finalists, dedicating an equal amount of time to each genin and honing them both differently. As something of a birthday present, Kakashi had shown the blonde a new technique. The jutsu involved the formation of a spiraling sphere of concentrated chakra, which would eventually produce a drilling effect. I think he called it Resurgence. Yeah, that's what it was. Seems like a good move to learn, Naruto thought to himself as he scratched the side of his face absently. The success of the day, unfortunately, did little to quell his discomfort and apprehensiveness. Generally speaking, the day of one's birth called for celebration. For glee and mass gatherings of grinning relatives. Naruto's birthday brought about none of those things. October 10th was a day of mourning, sadness, and regret. For it was the date on which the nine-tailed fox had razed the majority of Konoha to the ground. Thousands had died, and even more had been injured. Fractured families, broken bodies, and bitter tears defined Naruto's birthday, all three categories often directed at him when the day came. It hadn't taken the blonde very long to realize that the safest course of action on his birthday was to hide himself away, usually on the roof. The lock on his door had been faulty for years, and after a vicious break-in on his 8th birthday, Naruto had opted to abandon his apartment entirely on that single night every year. Initially, the act of hiding away brought Naruto copious amounts of depressive emotion, but given enough time, he became numb to the feeling. Now, he simply stared into the night sky. Waiting, pondering, perhaps even sleeping if he got lucky. He had never had the luxury of company for obvious reasons, and night was a painfully long stretch when sleep was an impossibility. Things tended to blend together eventually, but his senses always remained intact. Silence was far from a kind companion. Maybe I should just go back inside. If they break in, oh well. At least I'll have something to do, Naruto thought to himself tiredly, slowly mustering up the energy to rise to his feet and return to his dwelling place. Just as he had committed to the idea, a speck of dust caught him in the eye. Naruto rubbed at the ailed eye and glanced around. After a moment of searching, he found the source of the unusual particle. Standing on a platform of a suspended sand, hair disheveled and skin pale as ever, was Gaara. Contrary to his routine reaction to the redhead, Naruto did not falter or flinch. He lacked the energy to do so. If you're going to stalk me, at least be subtle about it, he called to her tiredly. Gaara hopped from her sand to the roof and allowed it to seep back into her gourd. It's been 9 days since our last meeting. I'd hardly call it stalking. Besides, it was you who came to me last time, not the other way around, she countered. The leaf genin shrugged and settled back down against the small concrete lip of the roof. Yeah, well, it doesn't change the fact that you've run into me more than once now. And given how neither one of us is very popular, I think you came looking, he said, matching Gaara's apathetic tone. The sand kunoichi made her way forward and seated herself 7 feet in front of him. Perhaps I did, but it doesn't matter regardless. I have nothing to do, and neither do you, she said matter-of-factly. Naruto rubbed at the eye Gaara's sand had inadvertently touched and yawned. I'm actually doing something right now. Nothing all that fun or demanding, but something, he said in reference to his occupation of the roof at such a late hour. The redhead arched her brow at the reply. And what is this thing that you're doing? Stargazing? She asked skeptically. Naruto shook his head and forced himself to smile. No, I'm just getting some air. It's my birthday. I've earned it, he lied. Unfortunately for him, Gaara easily saw through his dishonesty and narrowed her eyes. I doubt that. Be genuine. What are you doing up on the roof? She asked a bit more forcefully. Naruto flinched at her sudden, prying tone shift. It really is my birthday, he muttered. Gaara studied him carefully, seemingly trying to come up with a rebuttal of some kind. Contrary to Naruto's expectations, she did not snap back. Does that have something to do with why you're sitting up here? She asked a bit more gently. Naruto's face twitched a bit at the perceptive question. After a stretch of silence, the blonde sighed in defeat. Yes, it does. My birthday is common knowledge, and not in a good way. They get a little bold on my birthday, he explained vaguely. For a brief moment, a dark look flashed across Gaara's face. Her eyes gained an unsettling glint, her posture shrunk in on itself, and her mouth pulled into a thin line. The expression left as quickly as it came, returning her face to its baseline level of apathy. Well, that is quite unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, she said blankly. Despite the lack of malice in her tone, there was an eeriness to her voice that didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. No, it's fine. You don't need to apologize. That's just the way things are, he replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. A moment later, he posed a question of his own. How are birthdays for you, usually, he asked, determined to shift the focus away from his own personal struggles. Gaara thought for a moment. Well, Tamari tends to buy a large quantity of food on her birthdays. Kankuro does similar things, though with different foods, she recalled. Naruto frowned. I was asking about your birthdays, actually, he clarified. At the revelation, the redhead immediately lost what little enthusiasm she had mustered to remember the indulgences of her siblings. I don't have them. I don't know the day I was born, she said disappointedly. The Leaf Genin scowled at the notion and sat up straight. How do you not know your own birthday? That's kind of basic information, he asked, somewhat dumbfounded by the information. Gaara shrugged and tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear. Maybe it is, but my father never saw fit to tell me, and my siblings don't seem to know either. It doesn't really matter either way. Given how similarly our villages treat us, perhaps it's a good thing that I don't have a birthday, she answered. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy jolt through him. What about your mother? Wouldn't she know? He asked. The moment the sentence left his mouth, Naruto mentally kicked himself for the blunder. Before he could amend the mistake, Gaara responded. My mother died as she gave birth to me. Quite a cruel woman, from what I've pieced together. She had the nerve to bring me into this world, and then she died. She left me nothing but my name, she said stiffly. A bitter chuckle then escaped her lips. Such an ugly name. Literally meaning she who loves only herself. Not that it isn't fitting. I'm quite selfish in more ways than 1 inch, she continued, seemingly letting her mind run out of her mouth. Realizing how much she had said, Gaara turned an uncharacteristic shade of pink and lowered her eyes to the ground. Sorry. I got a bit worked up, she muttered ashamedly. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed, taken aback by the girl's internalized self-loathing that had bubbled to the surface. Beyond his shock at her words, Gaara's posture and expression profoundly affected him. Her shoulders were sagged, her eyes were hidden behind bangs of red hair, and her ears were tipped red with blatant embarrassment. It's okay. I know how you feel. And I don't really think your name is ugly. The meaning is a little weird, but I think it sounds nice, Naruto said, doing his best to reassure his fellow Jinchuriki. Gaara glanced up at him, turning her head up a little. Really? Well, thank you. Nice isn't a word that's ever been associated with me before, she said with a grateful smile. Naruto scratched the back of his head uncomfortably. Yeah, no problem, he said awkwardly. The pair then lapsed into a cold silence as the night wore on. After nearly 3 minutes, Gaara spoke. I would like to have one as well, she said vaguely. Naruto frowned and shifted in place to make himself more comfortable. What do you want, exactly? He asked skeptically. The redhead gestured to herself and then Naruto. I would like a birthday. A date to identify with myself, she explained. The blonde nodded and thought for a moment. There are a lot of days to choose from, so you aren't short on options, he said optimistically. Gaara gazed at him intently, unblinking as she assessed him up and down. Perhaps you and I could share. A date of birth, I mean, she suggested. Naruto did a double take at her words, instantly shaking his head in refusal of the idea. You do not want to be sharing that with me, Gaara. Take my word for it, he urged her. The sand kunoichi straightened her posture and folded her hands in her lap. Allow me to reiterate. We will be sharing a birthday from this point forward. I've made up my mind. October 10th is my birthday, she said, her tone making it clear that her words were a statement of fact. Naruto looked on in confusion as he struggled to process. People died that day, and a village was almost destroyed, he pointed out. Gaara scooted a foot closer. Well, I'm a murderer, and if you think that I haven't destroyed a house or two in my time, you haven't been paying attention. Besides, I would rather share my birthday with you, somebody who has suffered as I have, than a random person, she said. Naruto internally winced at her nonchalant characterization of herself as a murderer, but still maintained his composure. As a result, he was still able to hear the near compliment. Thank you, I guess. I still don't agree with you wanting to share my birthday, but suit yourself, he said. Gaara shook her head and let an odd smile creep across her lips. Not your birthday, Naruto. She corrected, seemingly quite pleased with herself. A frigid wind then blew across the rooftop, causing both children to tense and shiver. The moment the wind died down, Gaara scuttled over to Naruto and pressed herself against him. The blonde scowled and tried to scoot away, but was unable to do so as Gaara seized his arm. What do you think you're doing? The Leaf Genin asked with irritation present in his voice. The redhead responded by reaching out and wrapping her arms around his waist to increase the area of her body that was pressed to his, drawing an odd squeaking sound out of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. I'm cold, she replied, her teeth audibly chattering. Naruto attempted to peel her hands off of him, but found that her grip was iron. So am I, and you don't see me groping anybody. Now let go of me, he said bluntly. Gaara stubbornly tightened her grip on his waist and shrunk into his side, tucking her head under his arm in the process. No, I won't. I'm shivering, and your body heat is helping. I'm holding on till I'm warm again, she said defiantly. Naruto growled a bit. Give me one good reason I shouldn't toss you off the roof right now, he challenged. Gaara slid her head out from under his arm and looked up at him, leaving her left ear pressed to his right shoulder. Because it's my birthday, she replied. Naruto stared at her silently for a few moments, a range of expressions crossing his face. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. Fine, but if you touch me weird, I'm launching you, he grumbled. The girl from Suna nodded and softened her vice grip around him, settling down to better fit herself to his form. Thank you, Naruto, she said softly. She then nuzzled her face into the side of his upper rib cage and relaxed completely. Naruto stared up into the sky and rubbed his eyes. Man, years just keep getting weirder. Last year, my house got egged instead of vandalized for some reason, and this year I'm being cuddled by a weird murderer from Suna, he thought to himself, a humorous chuckle nearly breaking free. He then glanced at Gaara, who happened to be gazing up at him. Why do you stay up on the roof on our birthday? She asked skeptically. Naruto felt himself redden a bit at her use of the word power, but still opted to answer. It isn't a good idea for me to be indoors or on the street. Indoors, I'm cornered. In the streets, I'm easy pickings. Trust me, I've tried both. Neither one ends well, he explained in a pained tone. At his words, Gaara's grip around him tightened once again. Alongside the increase in physical pressure, her facial expression, which had been serene by her standards, had become contorted into the same look that had momentarily occupied her features once before. "Is that so?" "Duly noted," she muttered. Naruto, who had not heard her clearly, opened his mouth to request a repeat of the sentence, but was not afforded the opportunity. Gaara carefully removed herself from the blonde's body and straightened her shirt and brushed some hair out of her face. "Thank you for letting me use you as a hot pad." "I appreciate it, Naruto," she said, her face tinted bright pink as a smile formed on her face. She then picked up her gourd, which he had discarded from her back, and strapped it on. "I'm going to go retrieve some food. I may bring you some as well," she said before stepping over the edge of the roof opposite Naruto and disappearing. The blonde took a few seconds to process the rapid shift of events before cracking his neck and shifting back into a lounging position. "Just my luck. First time a cutish girl wanted to touch me, it just had to be a psycho," he thought to himself as his eyelids suddenly began to grow heavy. "Happy birthday to us, I guess." Gaara smirked as the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway. It had taken less than 10 minutes for the subject of her hunt to present themselves. The redhead was situated to the right of Naruto's front door, and had been for only a short time. Soon enough, the creaking of floorboards became audible enough for the location of the culprit to be clear and obvious. A second or two later, a figure rounded the corner. "Who the hell are you?" a tall man asked in a confused tone as he looked upon Gaara. The redhead absently drummed her fingers on the wall and studied the man. "I'm under no obligation to tell you that." "It's no concern of yours," she replied, quick as a whip. The tall man prickled abruptly, but scrambled to gather himself. "Yeah, fair enough. Why are you here, though?" "For the fox brat, I would assume," he asked. The derogatory term for her fellow Jinchuriki lit an angry fire in Gaara's chest, but she forcibly suppressed her outward emotions and nodded. "I suppose that would be an apt choice of words. Especially on this night." "His birthday," she replied, well aware that she had said exactly what the man had wanted to hear. "Ah, so we're here for the same thing. Have you had any luck with the door?" "I want to break in quietly so I can make him pay slowly," the cruel villager said viciously. Gaara shook her head and gestured to the doorknob. "His lock is a bit faulty." "I was thinking the same thing you are," she said dishonestly. The tall man perked up at the mention of a lock. "A lock, huh? I can pick those. Here, let me take a look," he offered. The redhead stepped aside and gestured to the doorknob. "It's all yours. Open it up so we can begin," she said. The man then knelt down in front of the door and went to work with a bobby pin he had been storing in his pocket. Gaara silently chuckled as she stepped around behind him. "Blind fool," she thought to herself while a deadly cloud of sand leaked from her gourd. A moment later, Gaara sent her dusty earth into action. A limb of sand wrapped around the tall man's neck from behind and suspended him in the air, crushing into his windpipe. "What are you dash?" he demanded as he choked and sputtered. The sand kunoichi let out a disturbing giggle and turned the villager around to face her. "Scum like you are exactly what drives me to spill blood. You feel weak, so you prey on the unfortunate. Up to today, you've been lucky. Nobody had the ability to make you pay. But I do," she said darkly as the sand tightened around his neck. The man's response came out as nothing more than strangled sounds of anguish. "You really don't understand what kind of fire you and your contemporaries have been playing with for all these years. Naruto could have killed you all had he so chosen, but he has a conscience, so he refuses." "I'm not so merciful," Gaara hissed. The man's eyes widened with terror as a second tendril of sand rose up behind Gaara's back and twisted into a spike. "There are laws against taking apart human beings, but in your case, I think I'll be well within my rights," the girl from Suna continued, the spike drawing ever closer to the man's abdomen. "Because I'll be slaughtering a pig. This is new. By this hour, you're usually out and about." Gaara lazily glanced to her left, where Tamari lay still on her bed. It was roughly 11 o'clock at night, one day before the beginning of the final round. As the fan-wielding kunoichi had indicated, something was amiss in the hotel room. Gaara was still present, and the sun had set. Every other night, the Jinchuriki had made a point of leaving so as not to disturb her siblings with her ever-present consciousness. "I lack the motivation to leave the hotel tonight. I'll do my best to be quiet, Temari, she assured her sister in a monotone voice. Temari rolled onto her side to face her sister, propping herself up on her elbow to get a better look at the younger girl who lay on her own bed nearby. Fine with me. Since you're here, would you mind telling me what exactly you do most nights? I haven't heard any reports of a growing body count, so it's not the usual thing, she asked curiously. Gaara remained silent at first, taking time to formulate a response. I've been studying my upcoming opponent, Sasuke Uchiha, she lied. Temari raised an eyebrow and rested her face in her hand. Really? I kind of doubt that. The first thing you said after we left that preliminaries was that Sasuke was boring. Besides, you have no real reason to worry about him if his match was any indication, she recalled skeptically. The redhead's left eye twitched uncomfortably at the perceptiveness of her sister. Good memory. Yes, I was being a bit dishonest. In reality, I've spent my nights simply walking. Motion quiets my mind, she replied. Much to her irritation, Tamari shook her head and shifted into a cross-legged sitting position. Man, I had no idea you were such a bad liar, she said with a chuckle. Gaara scowled momentarily, but quickly regathered herself and joined her sister in sitting upright. I made a friend, or something like it, she admitted. Temari furrowed her eyebrows and leaned forward, her interest piqued. Wait, really? That's more than a little bit surprising. Not that I thought you weren't capable of it, she said. Gaara absently flicked at a strand of hair that was straying near her face. As I said, I'm not entirely sure I would even call it friendship. He has openly stated that he fears me, and acts as such most of the time. Though, he is more lenient than he could be, which is nice, she said, trailing off a bit by the end. Temari winced and scratched the back of her head. No offense, but most people are afraid of you. On a bad day, me included. You're kinda the opposite of approachable, she said, her tone nervous. The redhead sighed and stared down at her bedsheets. None taken. It's not like he has no reason to be afraid, given that he and I are bound to face one another soon. I can and will hurt him when the time comes, but for now, I just want to spend time together. As you know, such interactions are rare for me, she said dejectedly. Temari did a double take at the subdued state of her usually icy sister. You, just want to spend time. This sounds harsh, but why? You've never been interested in that kind of thing before, not even with Kankuro or I most of the time, she asked. The redhead glanced up at the fan-wheeling kunoichi. Because, unlike most people, Naruto and I actually have common ground. My social skills are limited, I know that, but I actually have a foundation to build on with him, she explained. In a rare moment of girlishness, Gaara reddened at the realization that she had revealed the identity of her late-night companion. Forget you heard that, she muttered, clearly embarrassed by the slip-up. Temari gazed at her sister sympathetically. He was on the short list I had in mind. I get why you're trying to connect, he's like you, that much was obvious during the prelims. Even still, you know as well as I do what we're here to do. Getting attached is a bad idea. Trust me. I've had to have that talk with myself already, she said honestly, the image of an unmotivated leaf genin flashing through her mind as she spoke. Gaara pursed her lips and exhaled through her nose. Oh, I know. I'll lather myself in his blood before the sun sets tomorrow. That kill is mine and nobody else's. I'm making peace with that fact slowly, she said, a hint of a disturbing tone Temari knew all too well creeping into prominence. The elder Sand Kunoichi suppressed a shudder and straightened her posture again. You don't have to kill him, Gaara. You can just knock him out and hide the body so he survives. That's what I'm going to do to solve my problem, she urged her sister. Gaara shook her head and allowed her facial expression to soften. No, he's been left alone far too many times. I want to put him out of his misery. He had parents at some point, so hopefully he can meet them in the afterlife. Simply turning on him and then abandoning him is crueler than I'm willing to be with Naruto. He deserves better, she said. Temari stared at her wide-eyed, completely shocked by the level of empathy and thinly veiled affection being exuded by her sister at the topic of Naruto Uzumaki. I can't stop you, she said sadly. The Jinchuriki nodded and laid back down on her bed, folding her hands over her stomach as she did so. No, you can't. I wouldn't even consider it if killing father was still so far beyond my capabilities. It's the only way. I don't want to kill him, but if anybody has to do it, it's going to be me. His life is in my hands, she said numbly. Finding that she had nothing more to say, Tamari sighed and slotted herself underneath her covers. I hope you change your mind, but if you don't, I'll help you recover from it. I haven't helped you enough since you were born, she said awkwardly. Gaara threw her legs over the opposite side of her bed and stretched. Don't guilt yourself. You're no different from the others. Nobody is to blame, she assured her sister, who nodded dejectedly and closed her eyes. The redhead then rummaged through her carrying case that was laying on the floor. After a few moments, she produced what she had been looking for. A white nightgown. She then changed into the nightwear and flopped back down onto her bed. Send me all the nightmares you want, Shikaku. I'm sleeping tonight, she challenged her inner demon. When she received no immediate response, Gaara let her mind begin to wander. In particular, the redhead found herself recalling the encounter she had had with Naruto on the roof on what was now their shared date of birth. At the thought, Gaara smiled softly and adjusted her nightgown. Perhaps it was selfish of me to demand such a thing, but I meant what I said. There is no other person I would be willing to share that day with. Nobody, she thought to herself as the whole scene replayed in her head. Another aspect of the meeting then came to the forefront of her mind. It was frigid that night. Likely less than 40 degrees. At least Naruto's internal body temperature is feverish, she joked mentally. The feeling of being pressed to his body quickly returned to her, causing her cheeks to grow warm. The redhead then pulled the far pillow on her bed into herself and squeezed it. Finding that it was not the same, Gaara sighed in disappointment. Irreplicable. Such bliss would be, I suppose, she thought to herself. The more and more she replayed the encounter in her mind, the more she found herself returning to the truth that she and the blonde now shared a birthday. You do not want to be sharing that with me, Gaara. Take my word for it. Gaara's face fell at the memory of the blonde's words. The statement said plenty about Naruto's rarely voiced view of himself, and it was tragic. The blonde squeezed her pillow to her chest once more. It should be the inverse, Naruto. You shouldn't be so willing to share with me, she thought to herself. A series of images then flashed through her mind, most of which involving a mutilated corpse of some kind. Gaara tightened her grip on the pillow. How little your people know, Naruto. They accuse you of being a killer, and yet you've never harmed a fly, she thought to herself, contempt for the people of Konoha bubbling up within her. Had they seen me clinging to you on the roof, they would have attacked you to save me. Idiotic fools. If anything, you need to be saved from me, she lamented silently. The redhead then rolled onto her back and stared up at the ceiling of the hotel room. How cruel you are, silent god. Does my happiness mean nothing to you? She bitterly demanded in a hushed tone. For the second time in a single month, a tear trickled down Gaara's face. Who am I kidding? There is no God. If there were, I'd have died a long time ago, she concluded depressingly. As her vision blurred from the moisture in her eyes, Gaara lifted the pillow up and stared at it, imagining her fellow Jinchuriki's face. At the thought, a ghost of a smile crept across her quivering lips. Perhaps I'll join you in the afterlife once we're finished, my sweet friend. Not that I'd expect you to be happy to see me. Naruto took a deep breath and wiped sweat from his brow as Kakashi motioned for him to finally take a rest. Once he had settled himself on the ground, Kakashi did the same. Decent work, Naruto. Sharper than ever, he complimented his student. The blonde nodded and rubbed his sore neck. The night air was cold, but body heat was at a high after having exercised so intensely. Thanks. Working with you one-on-one has been helpful. Even more than I was thinking it would be, Naruto admitted with a tired chuckle. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask and settled down completely. I'm a decent instructor when I want to be. Both you and Sasuke have seen massive growth in the last month. We'll see just how much tomorrow, he replied. The Jinchuriki fiddled around with a kunai he had plucked out of the ground. Yeah, true. Hell, I might even end up fighting Sasuke himself. You wouldn't be allowed to coach during that match, he pointed out. The silver-haired ninja shrugged and took in the midnight oxygen. I'm perfectly comfortable with the idea of watching the two of you eat each other senseless as an unbiased third party. No issues there. The problem is going to be getting to that fight in the first place. Neither one of you drew an easy opponent, especially not Sasuke, he said. Naruto pursed his lips at the indirect reference to Gaara. Absolutely. I think I can beat Neji without much of a struggle, but who knows? Maybe he'll kick my ass a little before I break him. As for Sasuke, I don't even know if I'm picking him to win that fight, he said honestly. Kakashi sighed and nodded once again. I'm much more confident in your chances against Neji than I am in Sasuke's against Gaara. Neji is sharper than Gaara, but he's weaker by orders of magnitude from what I can tell, he pondered. Naruto frowned at one particular detail of the statement. I don't think she's that much stronger than Neji. A little bit? Sure. A lot? I don't buy it, he questioned. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and gave his pupil a strange look. Given how much you've been exposed to her and the chakra she exudes, I'd have thought that you'd be more convinced than I am, he said. Naruto flinched a bit. So you know about all of that? He asked quietly. The copy ninja gave a gesture of confirmation and continued to assess his weary genin. I've seen almost all of it. There are some things I don't quite understand, but I get the gist of what's going on. The point is, she's a hell of a lot stronger than the fight with Lee made her seem. With those gates open, Lee briefly began to rival me in terms of raw power. The fact that she survived and overwhelmed him is an unbelievable feat beyond that. I'm not entirely sure she was trying all that hard, he explained. Naruto drummed his fingers on the ground pensively. She definitely didn't seem to be taking him all that seriously. Most of that fight was Gaara screwing around and moaning about how much she loved blood and all that. It's totally possible that she held back to draw it out, he said thoughtfully. A silence then overtook the teacher and student pair. After a few quiet moments, Naruto spoke once more. Do you want me to explain what's been happening at night between her and I? I've got time, he asked. Kakashi perked up at the opportunity and nodded. Please do. I'd be fascinated to hear it from your perspective, he urged the Leaf Genin. The Jinchuriki took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts to make his message coherent. For the most part, our little meetings have happened by accident. We both have a habit of wandering around at night for different reasons. But she did admit last time that she had come looking for me. She hasn't really tried anything weird or threatening, other than trying to use me as a heating pad. She's lonely. That's been my biggest takeaway. She's kinda like a lost puppy who likes to kill people. No real logic or reason to anything she does, just emotional drive, he began, being careful to articulate himself well in order to drive his oncoming point home effectively. The silver-haired ninja stifled a laugh. That's one of the most bipolar descriptions of a person I've ever heard, but go on, he said humorously. She doesn't even seem all that happy about the fact that she's a murderer, though she said a few times that she doesn't regret what she's done. She also has this weird thing about me being a Jinchuriki too. She'll get all weird and touchy sometimes. She touched my face at least once, and she flat out groped me on the roof the other night. She's hard to read, honestly. One minute, she's creepy as all hell, and the next she's an awkward, girlish kitten, Naruto concluded, his tone slightly perplexed. Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows and rested his chin on his hand. Sounds like an extreme case of borderline personality disorder to me. Extreme mood swings, highly clingy, possibly even possessive behavior, and odd emotional triggers. Probably a few symptoms of bipolar in there too. You've got it rough to say the least, Naruto, he thought to himself sympathetically. I can't say I understand her any more than you do, kid. What I can say, though, is that you may want to kill any kind of empathy you have for her. You're going to end up fighting her fairly soon if things go as they seem they will. Even if she appears to have some reverence for you, she'll squash you like a fly, no questions asked. Be ready, he instructed. Naruto nodded and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I know. It was just, kinda comforting to know that somebody else was going through the same stuff as me, you know. To finally know for sure that I'm not all alone, he said dejectedly. Kakashi reached forward and put a hand on his shoulder. And your life isn't going to get any easier from here. If you get that promotion, life as a ninja is hellish, especially when you have people biased against you. I know you can get through it, you're more than tough enough, he said encouragingly. The blonde smiled and looked up from the ground. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. I'm not gonna give up when things get difficult. I never have, and I never will. And hey, maybe I don't get promoted and life just goes on like before, he said gratefully. The Jonin nodded and stood up to his feet. You'll be just fine regardless. Well, as nice as this has been, I need to head back home to at least try for some sleep. You should do the same, he said, turning his back and walking away as he spoke. Before the blonde could reply, the silver-haired ninja disappeared into a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto to himself in the small clearing they had been occupying. Man, this whole month has been weird. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, he mused to himself. He then rose to his feet and turned towards home to begin his trek. Naruto made it home in uneventful fashion, with no encounters involving his red-headed fellow Jinchuriki. Much to his own surprise, Naruto found that he was almost disappointed. Naruto yawned as he awaited the arrival of his bowl of noodles. A month had finally passed since the preliminary round of the exams, and the final round was to begin within hours. Finding himself completely unable to sleep the night beforehand, the blonde had opted to take to the one provider of food he could rely on consistently, that being Ichiraku's ramen stand. It was the break of dawn, only a few minutes after the notoriously early opening of the stand, and the cold of the night hadn't yet left the streets of Konoha. Feels like it's been a hell of a lot longer than a month, he thought to himself as I.M. slid a bowl down the counter to him. Naruto absently caught the bowl and silently twirled his still-packaged chopsticks in his fingers. It would be less than 12 hours until he would face Neji Hyuga, prodigal child of the Hyuga branch family. While the Jinchuriki did not fear the arrogant genin, he did find himself apprehensive of the potential repercussions for losing the match. Ridicule was far from foreign to Naruto Uzumaki, but failure to follow through was. Win, lose, or draw, I'm making him taste his own blood, Naruto assured himself as he sampled his noodles. As he continued to tread through his worries and stresses, another person silently entered the stand and took a seat next to him. You look brooding. Sasuke, who had just sat down next to him, greeted bluntly. The blonde glanced at him through his peripheral and shrugged his shoulders. No, I'm just getting into the right headspace for this whole fiasco. A lot to think about, he clarified as he fiddled with his chopsticks. Sasuke nodded and ordered himself a bowl of a similar type of ramen. I understand the feeling. It could be argued that you and I drew the two most daunting opponents we possibly could have. Not that I'm complaining. It's more interesting this way, he replied. After a minute or two, Sasuke's ramen arrived. You drew the shorter straw between the two of us, I'd say. At least I've got a handle on what Neji can do. We really don't know a whole lot about Gaara's abilities, Naruto said ponderously. The Uchiha nodded in agreement and sampled his food carefully to avoid burning his tongue. Sounds like you picked up on it too. How she held back against Lee, he said through a mouthful of noodles. Naruto finished the last of his bowl and requested another before responding. I'm not even sure if she was holding back on purpose, honestly. From the sounds of it, that was the first time she'd be hit clean in a long while. I think Lee burned himself out before she got a chance to show anything other than some freakish durability, he said, seeming to be thinking aloud as he spoke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the specificity of the information being presented. What would you know about her combative history, he questioned, his tone still nonchalant despite the harshness of his wording. Finding himself surprisingly able to keep calm, Naruto shrugged once again. Just look at the way she reacted to Lee cracking her on the chin. She stumbled back like she'd never even been punched before. It was pretty obvious to me that she isn't used to being pushed, he said. His teammate eyed him for a moment, but chose to accept the explanation. He then shifted the topic. I'm assuming you've got a plan for how to approach Neji, he said, clearly making a silent request to know the details of the plan he had referenced. Naruto easily detected the unspoken question. Yeah, I do. His match with Hinata was great for study, because it showcased most of what he likes to do, and a little of what he's bad at too, he said vaguely. Sasuke frowned and set his chopsticks down. He beat Hinata senseless. I didn't see much weakness from him, honestly, he said skeptically. Naruto sipped from his yet untouched glass of water. That's what I thought at first, but then I went back and replayed the fight in my head. Every time Hinata managed to get him moving backwards and force the issue, she had success. The difference in power was just way too much for her. She was never winning that fight, sad as that is, he said thoughtfully. The Uchiha considered the analysis. So, what you're saying is that Neji isn't comfortable moving backwards, even against somebody as comparatively weak as Hinata, he inquired. Naruto nodded. More than being pushed back, he doesn't like being forced into longer exchanges. Hinata got clobbered for it in the end, but she figured that out about halfway through. She started forcing him to fire back more than he wanted to, which gave her chances to counter. If she were stronger, she may have been able to claw her way to a win that way, he continued. Sasuke stared at him for a few moments, his eyes a bit wide with surprise. Wow, you've really thought a lot about this, haven't you? He said with a chuckle. The blonde finished his water and set the cup aside. What do you think I've been doing all month? Neji's all I've thought about for the most part. What about you? What's your read on Gaara? He asked. Sasuke shifted in his seat a bit. She's a whole lot less complicated than Neji is on the surface, but the problem still remains that we know virtually nothing about what she can and can't do under pressure. Based on what we do know, Lee laid out a good blueprint for how to beat her. You have to collapse range, stab her with a shot, and then move. Rinse, repeat, victory, he explained. Naruto frowned. You still have to finish her to win. Lee hit her with just about the hardest punch ever thrown, and she got up like it was nothing. Just playing an in-and-out game feels pointless, he said. The Uchiha smirked. Don't you worry about that, Naruto. I've got a way to do it. I think you'll be surprised when you see it, he said confidently. Naruto grinned. Oh yeah? I'll be on the edge of my seat, he said. The boys then lapsed into silence as the sun began to rise definitively. After around 5 minutes of quiet, Sasuke broke the veil. Gaara actually came and confronted Kakashi-sensei and I at one point a few weeks ago, he said absently. Naruto tensed momentarily, but forced himself to calm. What did she want? He asked. His teammate studied the counter they were sitting at for a few seconds before turning his gaze to Naruto. Oddly enough, she wanted to know where you were. She showed up, interrupted our session, and just asked us flat out. It was weird, he said. The Jinchuriki considered various possibilities as he processed. Did you tell her? He asked in response. Sasuke shook his head firmly and laid money down on the counter to pay for his meal. Hell no. She was probably just trying to find you to squeeze information out of you about me. Besides, it was your birthday, and, well, we both know why you like to be left alone on that day, he said a tad awkwardly. Naruto fought the urge to shudder as pieces fell into place regarding the strange night on the roof he and Gaara had spent together. Maybe that's why she showed up so late at night. It took her that long to find me. I was hiding my chakra, so that would make sense, he thought to himself. Thanks for keeping quiet about that. And hey, if she had found me, I wouldn't have told her a thing, he assured the Uchiha. Sasuke gave a rare laugh and stood up to leave the ramen stand. Well, I guess you know what's good for you then, he said as he waved a farewell for the time being. Naruto watched him leave silently. See you around, he muttered long after his teammate had left. He then followed his example and paid for his food before exiting the stand. Moving pieces, I guess. Gaara tapped her foot impatiently as she sat alone in the entry hall of the stadium in which she would soon be competing in. The time read 7:45 in the morning, and she was as of yet the only participant to have arrived in the building. Despite not particularly wanting to participate, she knew she had little choice in what was to come. I would rather this be over quickly. I don't want to think about it, she thought to herself. The silence that permeated the hall she was sitting in was quite unusual when put into context. The stadium was far from small, and it wasn't so early that people weren't out and about. The matches were set to begin at 9:30, and nobody had arrived as of yet. This fact did not go unnoticed by the Jinchuriki, who pondered the miniature mystery silently to divert her mind from darker places. For nearly 5 minutes, the peaceful lack of sound dragged on. Once that stretch of time had passed, footsteps became audible to Gaara for the first time since her arrival 1 hour previously. The footsteps were somewhat odd in pattern, almost staggered in nature. The out-of-the-ordinary noise drew Gaara's eyes away from the floor and to her left, the direction from which the echoes were emanating. Standing a few feet inside the entrance was a shinobi in crutches. It took little time for the redhead to identify him. "Perhaps I've lost my touch," she said just loud enough for Rock Lee, who had hobbled his way within earshot, to hear. The Leaf Genin remained silent and made his way over to a bench on the opposite wall of the corridor. Once he was situated, he turned his attention to his former opponent. "I wouldn't say that. Given just a few more seconds, you would have killed me." "Not that such a thing is commendable," he said calmly. Gaara stared at him intently. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Lee shrugged and leaned his crutches against the wall to his left, simply waiting for the bystanders' seats to open up. "I have 10 more minutes to wait, so I may as well remain here and be the first one inside," he explained. The redhead nodded and leaned back in her seat a bit. "Front row seats may not be the best idea for a person in your condition. Things may get a bit messy," she said bluntly. The Leaf Genin shook his head. "I don't care. I'd rather be up front to cheer on my comrades, even if I get a bit dirty," he said firmly. Gaara suppressed a chuckle at his literal interpretation of her words. "If you wish to take it that way, then go right ahead. I'll let the rest be a surprise," she said in a half-mutter. Lee was able to hear her words, but opted not to acknowledge them for the sake of saving his mental energy. When Lee didn't respond, Gaara opted to speak more. "Tell me, why did you choose to continue fighting against me during our match? It should have been abundantly clear to you nearly immediately that you had no avenue by which to win," she asked. The Leaf Genin scowled. "I would rather be crippled than give up before I've given my best effort. Besides, I came within inches of defeating you. I had avenues. I simply wasn't good enough on the day to finish the job," he said, seemingly offended by the notion of surrender. The redhead snorted. "The only thing you came within inches of is actually making me sweat. My life was never in jeopardy. That aside, giving your best effort is likely going to get you killed at some point. We both know you'd be dead if I had been given the choice to make the result of our match definitive." "It's a foolish way to think," she said. Lee cracked his stiff neck. "Not surprising that you think that way. You're preternaturally gifted in a way that has stunted your ability to actually work hard. Maybe I didn't draw out the limits of your strength, but I'm entirely confident that you'll break when the day arrives on which you're pushed to those limits, and that strength isn't enough. You won't have any will to fight," he said bluntly. Gaara cracked an unexpected smile despite the near insult. "Is that the real reason you're here for the front row? To potentially see me lose, up close and personal?" she asked. Lee remained silent for a moment. "Partly, yes. To be frank, I don't care regardless. Your first match would do nothing to uproot the arrogance of a genius. Sasuke Uchiha is no different. I may even root for you to win," he replied. Gaara raised an eyebrow. "To ensure that I cross paths with Naruto, correct?" she inquired. The Leaf Genin nodded, his expression a touch conflicted. "That scenario would require my teammate to be defeated, but I can't help but feel that this is all too perfectly set up for the potential of a match between yourself and Naruto to not be enticing to me," he said. The Jinchuriki brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Hard work versus talent isn't as cut and dry as you'd like it to be. Naruto and I fighting one another will do nothing to advance your narrative even if he found a way to win. He's cut from the same cloth as me, actually," she said vaguely. Lee frowned. "In what way?" "Personality-wise, there are no parallels between you, and your abilities are vastly different. Naruto has also clawed his way to success in a way you clearly haven't had to, he asked skeptically. Gaara opened her mouth to reply, but stopped when the distant chatter of voices caught her attention. A quick glance at the entrance confirmed the oncoming approach of the other finalists towards the stadium. The redhead stood up and stretched, casting a backwards glance at Lee as she prepared to join her fellow competitors. I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Genma surveyed the room around him, carefully counting the number of genin several times as he dragged his eyes across the small group. Once he had completed his mental checklist, the proctor nodded and cleared his throat to silence the light murmuring that was echoing in the enclosed space. Once all eyes were fixated on him, Genma began to speak. Looks like you all made it here on time. That's a better start than we had last year, but that's a whole nother story. Now, on to why you're here so early, he began. His words drew a chuckle from several of the young ninja, but their attention remained present. We're going to cover a few different things about how this final round is going to work, starting with the rules. No outside help is permitted, and any evidence of such will result in disqualification. You can only win by finish, murder included, and draws are only possible via a double knockout. There is no time limit to these matches, so you'd be wise to find ways to win sooner rather than later, he explained. The group gave a collective nod to confirm their understanding of the information being presented to them. Alright, now let's talk about scheduling. The first match is set to begin at 10:30 this morning, and that'll be between Shikamaru Nara and Temari. You'll be expected to be ready to make the walk out into the arena 10 minutes before your scheduled time, and you're free to do as you please until then. After their fight is done, Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga will compete. After that, Sasuke, Uchiha and Gaara, and finally, Kankuro and Dosu Kinyuta. Time between matches will vary, but all of you will be afforded a minimum of 30 minutes of preparation during intermissions. Are we clear? He concluded. Another nod was elicited from the group. The proctor then sighed. This next part is a little weird, but bear with me. Since there is a possibility of death, I need to interview you all individually to clear some things up about post-mortem. Where you want your stuff to go, the distribution of your earnings, that kind of thing. All hypothetical, of course, he said a bit uncomfortably. Tamari raised her hand, prompting Genma to nod in her direction. Wouldn't that only apply to ninja who live in Konoha? She asked. The proctor shook his head and sighed again. I'm just the middleman. What you tell me during the interview gets passed on to your superiors to be carried out accordingly. Your sensei is already aware of this arrangement, he clarified. The fan wielder nodded and lowered her hand. When no other questions were asked, the proctor pointed to Naruto. Alright, since we're all clear on that, I'd like everybody but Naruto to step out of the room for a few minutes. He'll be interviewed first, he ordered. The genin quickly drained out of the small space and into the outside hall. Once they were gone, Naruto stepped out of the corner he had been standing in and sat down on a nearby box that was closer to the center of the room. Let's get this over with quickly. This feels really dumb, he said impatiently. The proctor scratched the back of his head and leaned back against the wall. Preaching to the choir there, kid. Your interview should be the quickest, save for that redhead. I only have 3 questions for you, I think, he said. The blonde nodded and motioned for him to ask them. First off, where do you want your money to go in the event that you're killed? Your current bank balance is 54,348 Ryo, he asked. Naruto's response was instant and without thought. The local orphanage. Give it to them for a renovation or something. They need it, he said. Genma smiled and gave him a nod. I'll pass that on. Hopefully, we won't come to that, though. Second question, where do you want your possessions to go? He asked. The blonde thought for a few moments before shrugging. I don't know, you can throw it all away for all I care. Most of it is junk anyway, he said. The proctor nodded and made a mental note. He then winced internally as he recalled the final question he would be asking. This next one is the last, but it's an odd one in your case. You don't have an extant clan burial site, so I need to know where you'd like to be buried if you die, he explained. Naruto drummed his fingers on his knee pensively. Well, I guess you could just cremate me or something, he said matter-of-factly. Gunma felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, but nodded once again. Alright, that'd work. That's all I have for you. Go and get warmed up, he said. The blonde stood up from his box and turned towards the door. Just before he could open it, however, Gunma called out to him, I probably shouldn't say this, but could you do me a favor and at least give Neji a black eye? I haven't interviewed him yet, but it won't be fun. That much I know, he requested. Naruto grinned and gave him a thumbs up, already planning on it. An irritated murmur rippled through the recently formed audience. It was 10:35, and Shikamaru Nara had yet to make his way into the lower area of the stadium where his match was scheduled to take place. The rumblings were more akin to shouts in one particular area of the arena, however. This was due to the fact that the absent Nara happened to be inhabiting the northernmost stands of the seating. Worse yet, he was hardly responding to the jeers and complaints of the people around him. Instead, he was simply leaning on the railing with a classically bored expression plastered on his face. Just get down there already. They'll shut up if you do, Naruto, who was sitting a few feet to his left, urged him. The shadow user sighed and glanced down into the arena, where Tamari and Gunma impatiently awaited him. He then scratched the side of his face pensively. I really don't feel like doing this, he muttered dejectedly. Before he could think any further, he was hoisted off his feet from behind by Naruto. As he was suspended in the air, Shikamaru kicked around to no effect. What the hell are you doing? He demanded, his eyes widening as Naruto dangled him over the edge of the railing by the back of his collar. The crowd behind the two boys voiced their approval loudly as the blonde slowly loosened his grip on his comrade's shirt. Making you participate. I'm sick of all this yelling. Have fun, buddy, Naruto replied as he released his hold on Shikamaru before any further protest could escape the Nara's mouth. A surprisingly feminine screech tore from Shikamaru's throat as he plummeted down towards the ground below. Naruto stifled a laugh as his comrade hit the dirt with a thud. Don't you think that was a little harsh? The blonde glanced over his shoulder to face the familiar voice that had just interjected. The owner of said voice was Kakashi, who had just arrived in the stands of the stadium. Naruto shrugged and turned his attention back to the floor of the arena. There'd have been a riot if I hadn't given him some encouragement, he justified nonchalantly. The Jonin sighed and sat down next to his brash student. I'd hardly call that encouragement. More like assault, he said as he made himself comfortable in the average seating of the commoners section. Before either one of them could comment on the match that was set to begin, a crashing sound came from down below. After a moment of confusion, what had occurred became clear. Seemingly having been pushed beyond the limits of her patience, Tamari had unleashed a blast of chakra-infused wind with a swipe of her fan. A large cloud of dust had been thrown up into the air by the attack. Wait, is that legal? I don't think that match has started yet, Naruto asked as the crowd looked on in anticipation. Kakashi dusted off the front of his flak jacket. It should be, but I don't think Gunma cares all that much. He'd like nothing more than these fights to end as quickly as possible. Refereeing sucks. Trust me, he replied. Naruto gave him a puzzled look. What makes you say that? He asked skeptically. His sensei gestured down towards the arena, where the dust had begun to clear away. The proctor had stepped away from the center of the stadium, and was now observing the two genin from afar. So he's just letting that go. Seems unfair to me, Naruto grumbled as Shikamaru sprinted to his left to avoid being shredded by another blast of wind. Kakashi winced as the unmotivated genin tripped and fell onto his side hard. He was late to the match, so I guess this is his punishment. Not that it changes things all that much. This is how this fight was always going to look from the outset, he said. Naruto frowned at the latter half of the statement. What? He can totally win this, he said. The silver-haired ninja nodded in agreement and shifted in his seat to better view the fight that was suddenly raging in the lower arena. I never said he couldn't win. He definitely can. What I meant was that he's a pathologically slow starter. It's just who he is. Asuma's told me stories about just how long it takes him to get going during drills. This Temari girl is nothing if not willing. She's initiative personified, he explained. Before the genin could respond, Tamari leapt backward suddenly. Once she landed, she backpedaled quickly. She was avoiding something. After focusing his vision on the girl, he noticed a strand of what appeared to be a shadow chasing after her. So, she knows what she needs to avoid. Looks like she's done her homework, Kakashi commented as the participants assessed one another from a long, comfortable distance. Is that good or bad? Naruto asked. The Jonin studied the battlefield below and pondered the outwardly simple question, considering the numerous facets it contained. Could be either, depending on how they each adjust. On the one hand, Shikamaru now knows he can move her around the arena just by sticking his shadow out at her, but on the other, Temari will become more and more sure of his range the more he does it. Both need to tread carefully, he replied. The next 3 minutes were fairly uneventful, but the exact pattern Kakashi had predicted became a reality. With gaps in between, Shikamaru would probe at Temari's location with his extended shadow. Each time he did so, the fan wielder would retreat a few feet. Interestingly, Tamari ceased her ranged assault on the Nara during this lull in action. One of two things is happening right now. Either Shikamaru is playing her, or she's tricked him into thinking that he is, Kakashi said vaguely as he and his student observed the metaphorical chess match. Naruto frowned at the statement. What do you mean? He asked skeptically. The Jonin pointed to the space between the two participants, prompting Naruto to focus on it. Distance is absolutely everything right now. Temari needs to maintain a distance that allows her to both be beyond his range, but still close enough for her wind to reach him when she attacks. Shikamaru needs to find a way to corner her by the wall to slow her retreat to the point that he can link their shadows, he explained. The blonde nodded. Yeah, I know that. That still doesn't explain what you said about one of two things happening, he pointed out. The silver-haired ninja took a moment to configure a concise way to define the meaning of his previous declaration. Shikamaru is running her around the arena with no resistance every time his shadow moves, which either means that she's terrified of it to the extent that she's willing to sacrifice her position to avoid it, or she's letting him move her to figure out his maximum range, he said. Naruto considered the explanation and assessed the match taking place before him. Kind of a weird fight, honestly. Not a ton of real action, but it sounds like there's a lot going on underneath it all, he pondered. Seemingly in scorn of his characterization of the match as uneventful, Temari's patience wore away. She unleashed a massive blast of wind in the direction of Shikamaru. Unfortunately for the viewers of the exam, the effects of the assault were obstructed by the massive dust cloud the jutsu had created. Once it cleared, however, the crowd was rewarded with a shocking sight. In the middle of the chaos induced by Temari's wind, Shikamaru's shadow had somehow found its way to within inches of his opponent's. Kakashi grinned underneath his mask and clapped in approval of the development. The kid's crafty as hell. He was banking on her losing her patience and trying to crush him with that wind jutsu again. He even moved himself to the one part of the arena without any grass in order to make sure the dust cloud would be large enough. Unfortunately for him, though, Temari's cautious approach to distance management saved her. She made an educated guess as to what his furthest possible range was, and she got it right. They cancelled each other out, he said. Naruto stared down at the battleground and whistled. Damn, that close, huh? 6 more inches and he's got her snared. He'll get her next time, he said confidently. His teacher stroked his chin and lost himself in thought for a moment. Maybe, but she also knows that her guess was exactly correct. She can still hit him from that distance. Shikamaru has avenues to win this, but he'll need to willingly walk into that hurricane to do it. He's not fast enough to blindside her. Temari's power advantage is a major hurdle, he said analytically. As the coming battle would prove, the Jonin cipher tactics was far from inaccurate. This is getting a little dicey. She can't afford to just waste chakra trying to blow him away, Kankuro said somewhat nervously as Shikamaru emerged from behind a tree with little visible injury. The shadow user had proven nearly impossible for Temari to directly strike with her jutsu despite his outward lack of immense speed or power. He was slippery, and he was frustrating. This may take a while, Gaara, who was leaning her weight on the railing, said blankly. Kankuro groaned and slumped into his seat. Ignoring her brother's frustrations, the redhead narrowed her eyes and assessed her sister's situation. Distance is no longer an issue, it seems. He has no way to get closer to her, and every time he tries, Tamari nearly kills him. Still, though, I can't help but wonder how long this stalemate lasts. He outfoxed her last time, and nearly won the match all at once. She's still in tremendous danger, she pondered. Just as the thought had crossed her mind, Shikamaru made his move. Seemingly for no reason other than a lack of patience, he extended his shadow forward in Temari's direction. Given her prior knowledge of his jutsu's limited range, the fan wielder remained stationary with a smirk on her face. Once the tip of the elongated shadow reached the marking that represented Shikamaru's supposed boundary, however, it simply kept advancing. This development forced the Sand Kunoichi to rapidly retreat back towards the wall. The shadow ceased its forward movement just shy of the wall being cast by the wall that was now to Temari's back. She had been exceptionally lucky, but she had avoided capture once again. Gaara shook her head and allowed a ghost of a smile to form on her face. "You've met your match, elder sister. He's your worst nightmare," she mused humorously. Kankuro was far less amused by the near checkmate. "He just keeps getting lucky. He can't run forever. She'll carve him up eventually," he said tensely. Gaara shook her head, much to his irritation. "I doubt it, unfortunately. None of what he's done has been luck-based. He threw her woefully out of position the first time he attacked, and this most recent scheme revolved around waiting just long enough for the sun to move into the proper position for the wall's shadow to lengthen. He's very smart. Smarter than she is, I'd venture," she said bluntly. The puppeteer clenched his jaw and stood up to join his sister at the railing. "He doesn't have much to work with. The longer this goes, the worse it gets for him," he said. Gaara nodded in agreement and studied the lazy genin below. "True enough, but his options aren't exhausted yet. There are still things he can exploit," she said. Kankuro snorted. "Whose side are you on, anyways?" he asked sarcastically. The Jinchuriki shrugged her shoulders and brushed back her bangs. "If she can't find a way to win, then that's her fault. I'm unbiased. Whoever wins is entirely inconsequential," she said. Her eyes then shifted from the arena to her scowling brother. "Because we're not here in the spirit of competition. Or do you need to be reminded of that fact?" she asked, a low undertone of menace audible in her voice. Kankuro shook his head and sighed. "No, I get it. I just want her to win. It'll be easier to finish this job if she's in one piece," he said honestly. Gaara remained silent and returned her gaze to the match. Tamari had carefully circled herself away from the wall, and was now within striking distance once again. Unfortunately, Shikamaru had occupied himself in an area devoid of vegetation once again. Another dust cloud would be formed, shadow and all, if she chose to attack him. Incurring another such incident would be metaphorical suicide. What happened next was shocking. Breaking the rhythm of the methodical battle entirely, Shikamaru sprinted from his position towards Temari. Predictably, the fan wielder took action to intercept him with her fan. The blast of wind slammed into Shikamaru's chest and launched him backwards in brutal fashion, but not before he tossed something straight up into the air. It was small and cylindrical, and it had a tag wrapped around it. Realizing what it was just in time, Gaara turned away from the arena. A split second later, a blinding flash of light erupted from the small object. The bright light was accompanied by a high-pitched screeching sound that was utterly deafening. After a moment, Gaara turned back towards the arena to view the effects of the diversion. What she saw drew a sigh from her lips. Shikamaru's shadow was now attached to Temari's. Temari's vision slowly cleared as the world around her ceased spinning. Her senses were a mess, and her body was numb. Once her ears had stopped ringing, she attempted to sit up. Strangely, she found that her body was immobile. It took her all of a few seconds to realize what such a thing meant. Forcing her neck to crane downwards against the will of the force controlling her, she saw that her shadow was now linked to her opponent's. Shikamaru was lying nearly 40 feet away, his back flat on the ground and his arms splayed out on either side. Slowly but surely, he sat up, causing Tamari to follow suit. After several painstaking movements, the pair stood across from one another with mirrored postures. Shikamaru was by far the worse for wear of the two. The final jutsu Temari had performed had badly damaged his upper chest, and his face was cut open in numerous areas. Despite his injuries, he looked quite pleased with himself. A flashbang, huh? That's a little cheap, don't you think? Tamari asked in a strained tone. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders and wiped a bit of blood from his eyes. Not really. We're permitted to use them, and you didn't know how to counter it. It was totally fair, he replied. The kunoichi growled and struggled against his control to no avail. The Nara then began to walk towards her. Due to the linking of their shadows, Tamari's body did the same. Eventually, they stood roughly 3 feet from one another. Should I knock you out or just stab you? I'm open to ideas, Shikamaru joked. Tamari's scowl hardened further. Here's an idea, go suck a dick, she snapped. The shadow user chuckled and raised a hand above his head. Tamari flinched as he did so, silently fearing the inevitable outcome. I'm done. Call the match, the shadow user called to Genma. Tamari's eyes widened to saucers as she regained control of her body. What the hell are you doing? She demanded. Shikamaru coughed into his left hand painfully and studied it with a frown. You probably collapsed my sternum with your wind, and I'm losing a lot of blood. That, and I'm low on chakra. I'd rather live to do something with my life than cripple myself to win a pointless fight, he explained as he hobbled away towards the stairwell. Before she could respond, Genma appeared by her side and raised her hand. Shikamaru Nara has surrendered. Temari of the desert is the winner, he announced to the crowd, who were all booing the result loudly. Opting to suppress her frustrations for the time being, Temari stomped away to the opposite stairwell. Waiting for her at the entrance was Gaara, who wore a blank facial expression. Well fought, Tamari, she complimented as the fan wielder stomped up the stairs as quickly as she possibly could. Like hell it was. He caught me the dumbest way he could have. With a goddamn flashbang, she grumbled. The redhead followed after her and put a hand on her shoulder, using it to turn her around. I understand that you're frustrated, but you still managed to come out of it more or less unscathed. You know as well as I do that your lack of injury is more important than the result, she said. Temari opened her mouth to snap back, but shut it again inside. Yeah, you're right. I'll just have to take another crack at him once things get rolling, she said tiredly. Gaara nodded and released her. The girls then made their way back up to the observation area. The match of most interest was yet to occur. Naruto paced around the bottom of the stairwell nervously. His match was set to begin in 5 minutes' time, and his opponent was far from a pushover. Neji Hyuga was favored 5-1 by the betting public to win the tournament as a whole, 12-1 to defeat Naruto. The odds were against the blonde, literally and figuratively. He hated losing. Especially to those he disliked strongly. The pressure was mounting, and Naruto was feeling its effects. All I have to do is carry out the plan Kakashi-sensei laid out for me. It should work. It really should, he coached himself silently. As he tried and failed to increase his self-confidence, footsteps began to echo through the room from above. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and sighed as he spotted Sasuke making his way down the steps. Shouldn't you be warming up too? It's not like you have more than an hour, he asked. The Uchiha shook his head and studied his teammate. I'll be just fine. I'm here to make sure you are too. Can't have you losing before I get my hands on you, he said with a grin. Naruto chuckled and returned the smile, though it quickly vanished. Do you think I can beat him? He asked. Sasuke nodded and cracked his stiff neck on either side. Yeah, I do. He's stronger than you, but I think he'd have to get you out of there early. You're going to overwhelm him. I'm pretty sure of that, he assured the blonde. Naruto thought back to the many conversations he and Kakashi had shared regarding the match with Neji. Sensei said something similar. I have a specific way I'm planning on approaching this to make that kind of fight happen. Stamina is my edge, so I've gotta press it, he said. So quit doubting yourself. You've got a plan and you know what you need to do and how to do it. If Shikamaru could find a way to pull a win out of his ass the way he did, you can do it too, Sasuke said encouragingly. Naruto nodded and glanced up at the clock. 2 minutes remained until the scheduled time. Thanks for the confidence boost. You should get going. I'm gonna head out there a little early, he said. Sasuke nodded and disappeared back up the stairs. Naruto took a deep breath and took a step towards the door. Showtime. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the shadow of a figure became visible at the bottom of the stairwell opposite him. The owner of said shadow was known to him, but there was a feeling of anxiety racking the blonde all the same. Mere seconds later, the shadow was replaced by the distant outline of Neji Hyuga. As he approached, his features became clearer. He wore a look of arrogant self-assurance, and his posture reflected his facial expression. There wasn't even the slightest hint of tenseness to him. Complete and utter confidence. Not a care in the world. Isn't he a minute late? Naruto asked Genma, who was standing beside him in the center of the arena. The proctor glanced at him and shrugged his shoulders casually. Yeah, he is. Honestly, I don't care as long as they show up within 10 minutes of the scheduled time. We have wiggle room, he explained tiredly. The Jinchuriki grumbled something unintelligible to himself and straightened his posture as Neji came within spitting distance. He stopped advancing 5 feet from Naruto. The boys maintained eye contact sternly, prompting Genma to clear his throat. Alright, you both know what I expect. This'll be a clean, fair fight. No outside help of any kind is permitted, and any such occurrences will result in instant disqualification. These fights aren't scored, so you'd be wise to work to finish, he relayed as though he were reading from a script, which he likely was in some way. Concise as his words were, neither genin had heard an ounce of it. Recognizing this fact quickly, Genma retreated a few feet and raised his arm above his head symbolically. Since you both appear to be ready, take 10 steps back so we can get this rolling, he ordered the boys. They each obliged and moved back the appropriate distance before settling into their respective stances. The proctor then chopped his arm downward. Begin, he yelled, disappearing into a puff of smoke a split second after the word had left his mouth. Naruto wasted no time. He rushed across the space between them and slung an overhand punch with his right hand at Neji's jaw. Predictably, he missed by a mile. The Hyuga easily and smoothly drifted backwards out of range. Despite the fact that he had missed his supposed target entirely, a grin appeared on Naruto's face as he rebalanced himself and returned to pressuring forward. Let's try that again, he thought to himself. He then surged forward again and launched the same punch at his opponent. As expected, he paid for it this time. Instead of simply retreating, Neji pulled his head back with his feet firmly rooted. Naruto's punch sailed by an inch from his nose, and as the blonde fell forward due to his own momentum, Neji drove his left knee upward into his ribs. The Jinchuriki, much to Neji's surprise, simply absorbed the strike and took the opportunity to seize his leg. The Hyuga grunted and tried to pull his leg free, a forceful request that Naruto willingly granted. As Neji attempted to reposition his feet, he was cracked across the right side of his jaw by a hooking punch from the blonde. Partially due to an already existent lack of balance, Neji dropped to his rear end. He popped back to his feet immediately, but the crowd reacted strongly nonetheless. A low growl escaped from his chest as he narrowed his eyes and assessed his more competent than expected foe. First blood is yours, Naruto. Well done, he admitted to calm himself. Naruto raised an eyebrow and prepared to engage once more. Didn't think I'd ever get a compliment out of you, he remarked. Neji scowled and blitzed forward to meet his advance. Unlike the previous exchange, the Hyuga led the metaphorical dance. He intercepted Naruto's linear charge by slamming his left palm into the bottom of his chin and snapping his head back. And it's the last you'll get, he sneered before kicking Naruto's left leg inward into his stance and off-balancing him. The blonde stumbled away and fumbled for his positioning, but Neji pursued him before he could regain his stability. The Hyuga jabbed him 6 times. Twice on either side of his chest and twice on each arm. His upper body instantly numbed. Finishing the combination dramatically, Neji kicked Naruto in the stomach and launched him backwards to the ground forcefully. The Jinchuriki grunted and forced himself to stand shockingly quickly, drawing a smirk from Neji. You're durable as they come. Most are finished after having the feeling in their upper body cut off, he said as Naruto rolled his shoulders to regain some semblance of control. The blonde then cracked his neck and stepped back into his stance. In a flash, he disappeared. A split second later, his fist was buried in Neji's stomach. The arrogant genin coughed painfully and gripped his foe's wrist to remove it from his abdomen. After a brief struggle, he managed to make space and retreat to attempt to catch his wind. Shunshin, also known as the body flicker. Commonly used, but almost never for combat. He's certainly resourceful, he thought to himself as Naruto forcibly pressured him into another exchange of blows. Neji decisively won the first clash. He pivoted off of Naruto's centerline and checked him with a short hook to the right side of his jaw, but the second layer of the firefight was far less clean. In spite of the dominant angle Neji had taken, Naruto shifted his stance so that his left side was in position to be fired with force. The improvisation provided a clear target, that being the center of Neji's forehead. The blonde stepped deep into Neji's space and slammed a straight, left-handed punch between his eyes. The Hyuga flinched and skittered back to recreate distance, but Naruto followed him out of range with a kick across the right side of his ribcage. Neji took a deep breath to collect himself, but his regathering was interrupted by the feeling of a hard surface touching his back. Taking a brief risk to glance behind him, the Hyuga clenched his jaw. Naruto had forced him backwards to the wall, a two-pronged tactic. Extend exchanges to increase his chances of landing strikes, and move me to the boundary in order to decrease my space to move. Sharp decision-making, he thought to himself. A sigh then escaped his lips as the veins on the side of his head became visible. A moment later, his purple, pupilless eyes flared. Naruto's eyes widened almost imperceptibly at the development, but he remained poised. Neji widened his stance and fixed his now active dojutsu on the Jinchuriki. You've earned my intrigue. Now I'm going to make you regret being so interesting. Kakashi drummed his fingers nervously as Naruto narrowly avoided having his head removed by Neji's shinbone. The approach he had given his student to work with was being well executed, but the preemptive risk still remained. The gap in technical depth in terms of taijutsu was large, particularly in the defensive realm. Neji was hardly hit clean when he was hit at all, but Naruto was being forced to endure viciously crisp return fire from his adversary every time he engaged. At the present moment, the fight was trending in the desired direction positionally speaking. Naruto had succeeded in putting Neji's back to the wall fairly quickly, and he was applying heavy pressure. So, this is what he meant when he said he was going to press his stamina edge. Kakashi glanced back over his shoulder and spotted Sasuke entering the stands. The Uchiha made his way to the left of his sensei and took a seat next to him. He's pushing hard. Like, really hard, he commented as his teammate tagged the Hyuga thrice with repeated left-handed punches. The Jonin nodded and quit drumming his fingers. He has to if he wants to win. Neji is faster, stronger, and sharper than him. Pace and attrition are his path to victory. All I did was give him specific tools and tactics to apply. I guess you could say I cleaned up his pressure, he explained. Sasuke grimaced as Naruto was nearly doubled over by a harsh palm strike to his abdomen. He definitely looks smarter than he normally does. He's doing a decent job of cutting Neji off at the pass with those kicks to the ribs, and he's refusing to give him any free shots, he observed. Another blinding exchange drew a look of excitement from Sasuke. Naruto had broken Neji's nose, and blood was now leaking from the Hyuga's nostrils. Not sure what he hit him with, but it definitely worked, he said hopefully as his teammate increased his volume of strikes to further press his semi-compromised foe. His attempt to flurry was cut short by a hard counter that sent him back a step, but a subtle shift in momentum seemed to be occurring. He headbutted him, I think. Not the cleanest shot, but definitely effective, Kakashi said with a chuckle. A question then crossed Sasuke's mind as he watched his teammate valiantly enforce his pace. Why only taijutsu? Shouldn't he be using clones or something, he asked. The silver-haired ninja shook his head and gestured to his eyes in relation to Neji's. Clones are worthless here for a number of reasons. Most prominently, Neji's Byakugan makes him just about impossible to blindside. It would be a waste of chakra. As for other ninjutsu, he just isn't fast enough to make what he knows how to use work. This game plan is all about Naruto outlasting him down the stretch, he explained. Sasuke gave a short nod before returning his attention to the match raging below. I just hope he doesn't end up getting seriously hurt trying to tire him out, he said. Kakashi pursed his lips and fixed his eyes on Naruto, who was breathing heavily. That's the risk he's gotta take. It's up to him to make this work. Naruto spat blood out of his mouth as he doggedly pursued Neji along the perimeter of the arena. Exhaustion was setting in, but now was not the time to question the limitations of his own body. Neji was slowing as well, and arguably more so. His counters were lessening in force and consistency each time they crashed together, and his face was badly bruised from Naruto's punches. Resolving himself to dive deeper into the depths of weariness, the blonde stepped into striking range for what could have been the 100th time that match. He speared out his left hand toward Neji's face, a strike that the Hyuga avoided by slipping head inside the arc of the punch. Having anticipated the defensive counter, Naruto quickly pulled his head back. Neji's returning strike was a wide, right-handed punch that whizzed by the Jinchuriki's head, and as his arm dropped as a result of his lack of connection, Naruto drilled his temple with a punch of his own off of his rear right hand. The impact momentarily buckled the Hyuga's knees and caused him to lean against the wall for support. The blonde grinned and stepped in further until they were practically forehead to forehead. Not used to a dogfight, are you? He asked as he ripped 2 punches into either side of his foe's ribcage. Neji responded to the cruel attack on his abdomen with a cleaving elbow to the left side of Naruto's forehead that split his skin and drew blood. What he did next was far more extreme. Taking advantage of the close proximity both he and the blonde were now operating at, the Hyuga made a sharp turn on the ball of his foot to create momentum. Rotation, yelled as he spun around rapidly at point-blank range. Before Naruto could react, a wall of chakra slammed into his chest and launched him nearly 20 feet in the opposite direction. He hit the hard ground with a loud thud that knocked every ounce of air from his lungs. His ears were ringing loudly as he sat up in a daze. The front of his jacket had been shredded and burned by Neji's chakra, and his skin was singed. He promptly removed his jacket and tossed it aside, leaving only his charred undershirt. Neji had made his way back to the center of the arena as well, and he looked no better off. While he had been the one inflicting damage, the chakra he had expended was clearly taking its toll on him. The end was near, and both knew it. The winner would be decided by who was able to move forward. Neither had the energy to retreat and counter for one reason or another. Quit staring and hit me, Naruto growled as they approached each other slowly. Neji scowled and closed the rest of the distance between them with a head-turning punch to the left side of his jaw. Naruto's head was turned to the side by the cracking strike, but he remained standing and seized the Hyuga's wrist as he retracted the punch. Using the grip to his advantage, the blonde yanked Neji forward and ran him into a short uppercut that snapped his head upward. Like Naruto, Neji refused to budge. Instead, he speared his knee into the Jinchuriki's stomach and shoved him backwards. I'd keep your mouth shut if I were you. Your jaw is more easily broken when you speak, he snapped back. Naruto laughed at the remark and wiped a trail of blood from his chin. For such a classist asshole, you sure are tough. Can't take that away from you, he said humorously before rushing in and connecting clean with a straight, right-handed punch to Neji's cheek. The Hyuga retaliated with a forceful palm strike to his chest that elicited a painful sputter of red phlegm from Naruto. You're grittier than you are skilled. Take that as you will, Neji breathed. The Jinchuriki heaved a deep breath and prepared to attack once more. As he approached, Neji caught a glimpse of what looked to a shade of red flashing across Naruto's eyes. Kankuro watched his sister intently as she kept her eyes glued to the arena below. Generally speaking, the girl was far from reactive. In fact, she was quite the opposite. She hardly reacted to any social or situational cues. Be them major or minor, her expressions and body language always remained static and stoic. Currently, however, that trend was being broken. Numerous times throughout the encounter between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara had visibly flinched. In fact, when Neji had brutally floored Naruto with his violent rotation technique, she had looked visibly horrified. At the present, she was far more difficult to read. The exchanges between the warring genin were close to even, and one could argue that the blonde was landing the more eye-catching strikes. If anything, Naruto looked to somehow be gaining steam. If charted on a graph, his volume of strikes would have shown a clear trend upward before a steep decline. Now, that decline was being defied. It was subtle, but his vitality was returning to him. As Kankuro pondered as to why this was, Gaara spoke for the first time in nearly 10 minutes. Naruto has won. This fight is effectively over, she said confidently as Naruto kicked out one of Neji's legs. Kankuro was forced to nod in agreement as the blonde began to wear down his foe with increasing tenacity. Yeah, looks that way. How, though? He was sucking wind a minute ago, he asked. Gaara smirked and folded her arms in front of her chest. He finally ran out of chakra. It's clear as day that he has no real control over his demon, but its chakra involuntarily seeps into his body when he's out of energy. He had a backup, Neji didn't, she explained as the boy she clearly favored staggered his foe with a counter. Kankuro then took a risky bet. What's the point in rooting for him? You're going to kill him in, like, an hour. Why are you so invested? He asked. Gaara instantly darkened and tensed. Her grip on the rail tightened, her eyes lowered, and her shoulders bunched together. Am I not entitled to enjoying him a bit more before I snuff him out? She muttered. Kankuro instantly felt a pang of sympathy for his sister, though it came alongside a strong feeling of unease. Openness was a rarity on Gaara's part, but when it did occur, it tended to be somewhat morbid. Why yeah, that's fine. I was just making sure, he said awkwardly as the redhead sulked. After a few moments of tense silence, Gaara sighed and glanced back at her brother. I'm aware of what must be done, Kankuro. When the time comes, I'll bury him. That time has yet to come, though. For now, he's still a joy of mine, she said. The puppeteer's face softened at her words. Gaara. He lamented within his mind. Choosing to think of less depressing topics, he returned his eyes to the battle. From the looks of things, it was well on its way to being finished. Looks like you might be fighting soon. You might want to start warming up, he said to his sister. The redhead nodded, but remained fixated on the arena. I prefer to let my opponents warm me up. Not that they ever do much more than that. Neji grimaced as his abdomen was assaulted by the fists of Naruto Uzumaki. Over and over, his knuckles ripped into his ribs and stomach. There was no end to the barrage. There were breaks, there were pauses, but never a conclusion. Even after having appeared to be exhausted minutes earlier, Naruto had come surging back with renewed fury to batter the Hyuga pillar to post. His stamina was inhuman, his durability nonsensical, and his will unbreakable. He was technically outclassed as well as being the naturally weaker of the two, but he had weaponized his pace brilliantly. Give him an inch and he'll take it a mile. Well done, Naruto, Neji lamented as he pivoted out to his left to avoid a linear charge from his foe. Naruto's return to his pressuring ways was more than a bit puzzling, given that his cardio seemed to have been failing him not long ago. Neji's Byakugan had both lessened and increased his number of questions pertaining to the topic. When active, his dojutsu revealed a burning orange chakra coursing through the blonde's body in place of the natural blue that permeated every other living thing. It was clearly the source of his revitalization, but the origin of this orange substance was unknown to the Hyuga. There was no time to ponder such things, though. Breathing room was to be cherished, and Neji was making the most of his momentary freedom to move. The Hyuga made his way as far toward the center of the arena as he could with Naruto in hot pursuit. When retreat was no longer an option, Neji planted his feet and thrust out a stiff palm strike with his left arm to intercept Naruto as he charged forward. As the blonde entered range, however, he moved his head to his own left and inside of Neji's strike. He then fired a right-handed punch over the top of Neji's left shoulder and clobbered him on the temple. Neji's knees buckled and nearly gave out, but he managed to maintain his footing by seizing Naruto by the back of the neck with one hand. With a grunt of effort, he snapped the blonde's head down into the point of his rising knee. His kneecap collided harshly with the skin above Naruto's left eye and tore it open, sending a stream of blood down his face as he yanked himself away from the Hyuga. For a brief moment, he wiped blood from his forehead and winced. The plasma was dripping into his eye. Realizing that an opportunity had presented itself, Neji steeled himself and took a deep breath. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, he yelled. It would be his final push, and he knew it. Naruto's eyes widened as Neji's stance lowered and dojutsu flared. A moment later, the Hyuga vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he began a horrific flurry of strikes. First, he struck the blonde twice. Then 4 times, then 8, then 16, and finally a massive barrage of 32 consecutive palm strikes aimed at every target available on the human frame. Every single strike landed squarely, and the 64th strike sent Naruto sailing backwards to the ground with a forceful thud. His impact with the hard sediment elicited a painful, bloody cough from the Jinchuriki. As he twitched on the ground, Neji looked to the distant Genma. "I'd start to think about stopping this if I were you. I doubt he's getting up again," he called breathlessly. For a brief moment, it seemed that the proctor was going to oblige. He took steps to approach the genin, but stopped nearly immediately. Realizing that it would be wise to view his foe once more, Neji slowly turned his head towards Naruto. The unpopular genin had somehow made his way to his knees, and he was attempting to rise to his feet. Through what appeared to be a Herculean effort, he made his way to an upright posture. What truly caught Neji's attention, however, was the now visible outline of red that encompassed his body. His eyes were blood red, and his pupils were slitted. He had changed. Rather than react with shock and awe as his instincts told him to, Neji simply allowed his body to relax. His arms fell to his sides, his taijutsu stance evaporated, and he simply marveled at the boy before him. After a second or two, he sighed and shook his head. "What on earth are you, Naruto? Or do you not even know yourself?" he asked. The Jinchuriki remained silent initially, but soon responded in shockingly calm fashion. "A bit of both. I know what this chakra is, but I don't know how to use it or even how to access it. I got lucky," he began. Before Neji could reply, a horrific punch clattered the left side of his jaw. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Naruto, who had crossed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, watched the Hyuga crumple into a heap at his feet. "And you didn't," he concluded. Genma was between them instantly, and he waved his hands over Neji's limp form symbolically. "Neji Hyuga is unconscious. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner," he announced to the crowd, who promptly let out a roar of approval at the massive upset that had just occurred. Realizing that he could finally relax, Naruto let out a heavy sigh and allowed the demonic chakra to drain away. He then took a moment to survey the cheering crowd. Each and every person he focused his vision on was clapping, and many of them were smiling. A grin slowly spread across his face as the reality of his victory became clear to him. He had defeated the majority favorite to win the exams as a whole, and he had done so in fairly definitive fashion. "So, this is what it feels like," he mused to himself quietly as he took in the approval of those around him. In his heart of hearts, he knew it to be temporary, but he was in no position to be picky. As he enjoyed his moment of triumph, however, the adrenaline circulating through his body waned away. The moment it was gone, his strength left him entirely. He dropped down to one knee and coughed raggedly into his hand. When the wheezing finally subsided, he glanced down at his palm. It was stained dark red. "Damn it," he muttered. Just as he began to panic, he was hoisted to his feet by an unknown figure. "Careful, Naruto. Take it easy. You'll heal on your own. Just try to walk slowly," Kakashi said calmly as he led his student away towards the stairwell. The blonde glanced at his teacher as he was helped along and nodded. "Yeah, I know. It just sucks right now. I'll probably need at least an hour to be ready to fight again," he said honestly. The pair then began to traverse the stairs at a snail's pace, eventually reaching the top after a struggle. Instead of taking the turn to return to the observation area, however, Kakashi took him in the opposite direction down another hallway. "Where are we going?" The seats are that way, Naruto asked skeptically. Kakashi shook his head and increased the pace at which he was walking. I'm taking you to the infirmary. They can't help you in any meaningful way, but they can patch up your flesh wounds and give you something for the headache I'm guessing you have, he explained. The Jinchuriki sighed in relief at the idea of his pounding head being soothed. How'd I do? He asked after a moment of silence. The Jonin gave his student a thumbs up as they entered the sick hall of the arena's surprisingly complicated interior. Very well. He was a hell of a lot mentally tougher than I thought he'd be, but you did what you had to do, he assured him. They then reached a particular room, where Kakashi came to a halt. He directed Naruto inside and muttered a few things to the resident nurse before turning to leave his pupil. Before stepping fully out of the room, however, he glanced back over his shoulder. Consider taking a nap. I doubt Sasuke and Gaara's fight is going to end quickly or cleanly. Sasuke took a deep breath and stood up from his seat. He was set to compete in 30 minutes' time, and his opponent was daunting. Plenty of careful preparation had been performed during the month between the preliminary and final rounds, but despite it, the Uchiha felt stress creeping into his subconscious. In spite of his careful studying and meticulous attention to detail, he knew very little of his opponent past the established facts revealed by her match with Lee. She was fairly slow-moving, more or less entirely stationary in combat, and when she was hit, she tended to be hit cleanly. Those were the weaknesses Rock Lee had exploited to the best of his ability during his futile effort against the redhead. It was plenty to work with, broadly speaking. There were plenty of avenues to victory available on paper should Gaara's shortcomings be taken at face value. Unfortunately, it was far from being that simple. Struggle though she did, Gaara never came even remotely close to losing her battle with Lee. At every stage, at every turn, she was in Gaara was marked, Lee was damaged. When Gaara was uncomfortable, Lee was panicked. In the end, when Gaara was injured, Lee was finished. I can't hang my hat on how shaky she looked at points. She wasn't even sweating. She knew she didn't need to show anything else. Durability won her that fight on its own. When push comes to shove, she has more power in reserve. I know she does, Sasuke thought to himself as he began his trek towards the bathroom in order to relieve himself. The brief journey took him around a nearby corner, where he spotted Kakashi making his way down in the opposite direction. Opting to wait and converse with his sensei, Sasuke leaned against the wall and awaited the eventual arrival of the Jonin at his location. How's Naruto holding up? He asked once Kakashi was within earshot. The silver-haired ninja shrugged his shoulders and leaned against the wall opposite his pupil. About as well as can be expected given the ringer he just put himself through. He says he needs an hour to be fight-ready, he said. The Uchiha nodded and brushed back his bangs. Yeah, about what I expected. Neji didn't go easy. That was always going to be a hard one for Naruto to win. Glad he pulled it off, though, he replied. Kakashi folded his arms in front of himself and drummed his fingers against his bicep. That late rally was incredibly brave from Neji. For such an egomaniac, he has a dog buried somewhere inside him. Enough about that, though. You have a fight soon. Any particular reason you aren't warming up? He asked. Sasuke sighed and lowered his eyes to the floor. I'm trying not to overthink this. I know what I have to do, and I think I can pull it off, but the more I think about it, the less confident I become, he admitted. The Jonin raised an eyebrow at his explanation. Dissociation is a weird way to get ready for a fight with a Jinchuriki, but who am I to judge? Do what works for you, he said. The genin pursed his lips and considered his opponent once more. What do you think of her? You had me drill a lot of things, but you never really told me much about what you think of her as an opponent, he asked. Kakashi pondered the question briefly. I think the best way to put it is that she's a wind-up toy, he said vaguely. Sasuke glanced up from the floor and frowned. What the hell does that mean? He questioned. The Jonin chuckled and shook his head humorously at the boy's confusion. Just a metaphor. What I mean by that is that she's reactive. She doesn't like to initiate all that much from what I can tell. She's defensive 90% of the time, and the other 10% is really just posturing, he clarified. After taking a moment to better understand the meaning behind his teacher's words, the Uchiha nodded reluctantly. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't you think that she's hiding power, though? I think it's likely, he said. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Probably, but you have an equalizer. I taught you Chidori for a reason, kid, he replied. The Uchiha shuddered as he recalled the many days of numbness his arm had experienced during the learning process. That's true, I guess. If I can run her through early, then whatever she's hiding doesn't matter, he said thoughtfully. Kakashi eyed him intently. Don't try to force that opening. It will present itself, but you have to be patient. Remember, you only have 2 shots with that thing before you're crippled, he reminded his young pupil. Yeah, I get it. I just want this to be shorter rather than longer, you know. Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded and gestured to his forehead protector. Quick and clean is the motto of covert operations, so if that's your mentality, then maybe you've got an umbu career ahead of you, he joked. An awkward silence then crept into the hall they were occupying. Sorry. That was a little insensitive, the Jonin apologized. The Uchiha waved a dismissive hand and peeled himself off of the wall he was leaning on. No, you're fine. You didn't mean it that way. I'm gonna head out for a walk. I'll be back in time. Don't worry, he said as he disappeared around the corner from whence he had come. Once he was gone, Kakashi sighed. Great. I made him uncomfortable, he scolded himself. He chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he glanced up at the clock and prepared himself for a walk of his own. Despite being the voice of reason, Kakashi needed to calm his nerves. Genma was snapped from his semi-conscious stupor by the cheers of the crowd. As proctor he was not allowed to exit the arena under any circumstances during the exams, and it was a relentless grind. Mindless instructions, predictable matches, and merciful stoppages had a way of eating away at a man's sanity. Despite these feelings of boredom and the obvious lack of appreciation that came with such a thankless job, his task was still just that. A job. A job that he would carry out. At present, the final match of the first half of the tournament bracket was set to begin. The crowd had roared in response to the entrance of its first participant. Sasuke Uchiha was calmly strolling down towards the center of the battlefield. He was wildly popular with the masses, and for good reason. He was gifted, handsome, and held the distinction of being the last of an otherwise extinct bloodline, all the makings of a poster boy. Helps that he can fight too, I guess, Genma mused to himself as Sasuke stopped a few feet to his left and gave him a curt nod. He was ready, and he appeared outwardly confident. Such appearances tended fabrications on such a large stage, but the mask he wore was a convincing one if nothing else. It would be another 3 minutes until the second half of the match would make her way out of the opposite stairwell, but when she did, the crowd went silent. If Sasuke's entrance had felt like a warm welcome to a local hero, Gaara's felt like the introduction at a funeral service. Few, if any, spoke as she crossed the distance between her stairs and Genma. Once she had reached a position at which she felt comfortable, she stopped walking. She had halted roughly double the distance Sasuke had from the proctor. In more ways than one, the two combatants felt like polar opposites. Gaara was short, no taller than 5 feet, and Sasuke was fairly tall for his age, as he stood 7 inches taller than the redhead. Sasuke was traditionally handsome, and Gaara was much more of a blank slate. Genma suppressed a chuckle as he watched them assess one another. They both need to smile more. Especially Shorty, he joked within his mind. Once he had purged himself of all humorous thoughts, he cleared his throat and glanced at both genin. Alright, normally I'd skip right through this, because you've heard this spiel before. But, I think there are a few things I need to clarify for the two of you, he said somewhat sternly. Both Gaara and Sasuke furrowed their eyebrows and awaited elaboration. First turning to Sasuke, Genma began speaking. When performing fire-style jutsu, make sure you aim your shot carefully. The seating area is packed and flammable, he said. The Uchiha nodded wordlessly and turned his attention back to his opponent. Satisfied by his understanding, the proctor moved on to the second half of the match. I'd like to think this goes without saying, but keep your sand away from the crowd. If either one of you injures a bystander, this match is going to end up being way more complicated and convoluted than it needs to be. Needless to say, the perpetrator will be punished, he said. Gaara gave an almost imperceptible nod in response. Sensing that no more engagement could be expected from the young girl, Genma stepped back and raised his arm above his head. You both know the rules already, so I'm skipping that part. Please take 10 steps backward, he ordered them. The pair each retreated the appropriate distance and readied themselves for combat. Sasuke assumed a taijutsu stance, and Gaara simply allowed sand to leak from the gourd strapped to her back. Genma then chopped his hand down toward the ground. You may begin. Gaara wasted no time in setting her sand on a path towards Sasuke. The floating sediment launched itself away from her in the Uchiha's direction, tearing up more dust from the ground and adding it to its mass. Within seconds, the rapidly advancing slammed down onto Sasuke and sent a gasp of shock through the crowd. For a few moments, there was silence. When Gaara's sand retracted, however, there was no body. In fact, there weren't any signs of the leaf genin whatsoever. He had disappeared. Before Gaara could even begin to consider the obvious questions of where and when, she was lanced with a sharp punch across the right side of her jawline. Despite her substantial durability, the shock of the impact still buckled her knees and stunned her momentarily. You're even slower than I figured you'd be. The redhead rubbed the side of her face and glanced to her left, where Sasuke now stood with a confident smirk on his face. More striking than his sudden change in position was the stance he had adopted. One arm was tucked behind his back, and the other was outstretched with the palm facing upwards. It was identical to the posture of Rock Lee. Gaara turned fully to face him directly. I don't quite understand the point of this little stylistic shift, she said monotonously. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and shifted his feet. In a flash, he was in front of Gaara once again with his left fist buried underneath her floating ribs. The Jinchuriki grimaced and backed up a step. Her sand, unable to react in time to deflect the first debilitating blow, then flew into action. Unfortunately, Sasuke had already drifted back out to a safe distance, where he stood ready to defend himself. Lee lost to you, but he exposed a few of your weaknesses. I've got a lot to work with, he said. Gaara's expression remained unchanged at his declaration, but the pain in her ribs had yet to subside. More sand slowly trickled out from her gourd and meshed itself together with the already present material. Sasuke then twitched, prompting Gaara to react. Predicting his inevitable charge, the redhead erected a wall of sand to her left. Her anticipation proved to be correct, as Sasuke's shin slammed hard into the barrier. The Jinchuriki's sand immediately wrapped around his leg and hoisted him up into the air. And I have plenty to counter, she replied as her sand whipped him around in circles above her head. Once she had spun him in nearly 20 consecutive circles, Gaara sent the Uchiha flying towards the far wall. As he sailed away, Sasuke was able to somewhat regain his bearings. Once he did, he weaved a series of hand seals and reared his head back. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he yelled. A blast of searing fire then erupted from his mouth and scorched towards Gaara. The redhead sand instantly enveloped her and backed itself densely. The burning fire crashed into the shell and superheated the outer layer to the point of crystallization. The jutsu had propelled Sasuke backwards at high speed, causing him to slam into the wall he was already headed towards with an increased impact. Despite the forceful collision, the Uchiha was unfazed as he rose to his feet to admire his handiwork. Gaara was still fully visible, but through a veil of fresh glass. Said veil then began to shake. After a moment of low humming, the glass shattered into an uncountable number of pieces that mixed back into her hoard of sand. I put a lot of chakra into that. She's a tough nut to crack. Not even a singed hair, Sasuke thought to himself as he assessed the ever-calm Jinchuriki. Her composure was unnerving. Even under the most severe of duress, she hardly blinked. The speed advantage decisively belonged to Sasuke, as did the advantage in technical skill in most areas, and it was up to him to leverage those edges. Let's get busy, he encouraged himself before setting his feet and blitzing towards his stationary foe. Predictably, Gaara's sand came out to meet him. Taking a sharp angle off to his right to avoid the obstruction, Sasuke increased his speed further to take advantage of the massive opening the redhead had left him. Once the necessary distance had been crossed, Sasuke planted his feet in front of Gaara and went on the attack. First, he snapped her head back with a sharp, left-handed punch, after which he spun her jaw with a fully extended punch with his right hand. Much to his surprise, Gaara did not budge. She simply returned to her same upright posture and looked to back away. Opting to push his luck a bit more, Sasuke kicked her knee inwards and swept her off her feet before leaping out of the wake of her furious sand. Taking a deep breath as he landed on his feet 25 feet away, the Uchiha allowed a smile to form on his face. He was landing at will, and Gaara appeared to lack the wherewithal to stop him. He was winning, and quite easily at that. We've still only been fighting for less than 5 minutes. She's not done yet. I can't do anything wild yet, Sasuke thought to himself. As the sentiment crossed his mind, Gaara decided to take initiative. She sent out a spear of condensed sand whistling towards him at a speed Sasuke had not thought possible for the sediment. Forced to rely on his reflexes, Sasuke bent over backwards at the waist and narrowly avoided being impaled through the skull by the sandy spike. It missed his nose by mere inches as it sailed by his face and shattered on the wall behind him. Quickly rebounding to an erect posture, Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw another spike flying towards him. He was once again saved by his reflexive speed, as he moved his head off to the left to barely avoid another decapitation. Figuring that another was on its way towards him, Sasuke performed another series of hand seals, one far different from those required for the fireball jutsu. Earth style, mud wall, he yelled, slamming his palms down onto the ground in front of him as he bellowed. A barrier of solid earth then rose up from the dirt and deflected the third spike that Sasuke had correctly predicted would come. The Uchiha took a deep breath and made another hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu, he muttered as quietly as he could. An exact copy of himself then appeared next to him. Already equipped with the knowledge of his task, the doppelganger drew a kunai and stepped out from behind the wall. He took no more than 10 steps forward before he was skewered by a sand spear. Despite the quick and concise destruction of his clone, the puff of smoke that followed as a result provided all the cover the Uchiha needed. Emerging from the artificial obstruction with the same blinding speed as before with a pair of kunai drawn, Sasuke easily bypassed the comparatively sluggish cloud of sand surrounding Gaara and slashed at her face with both blades. The redhead flinched and leaned back, managing to avoid one of the kunai. Unfortunately for her, the knife held in Sasuke's left hand was able to cut across her right cheek. A small spray of blood spurted out from her face as she reeled backwards. While she recovered from the laceration of her cheek, Sasuke stepped forward and kicked straight up with his right leg, planting the ball of his foot underneath her head and snapping her head back harshly. The strike caused the Jinchuriki's legs to give out and sent her down onto her back. Sasuke suppressed his urge to follow her down to the ground and leapt away to avoid the oncoming sand as Gaara laid flat on the ground. Once he was safely out of range, the Uchiha watched the girl intently. For a time, she was still. Eventually, however, her left hand twitched. After that, she sat up slowly with her eyes downcast and blood dripping from her face wound. Not used to getting hit, are you? Sasuke goaded as the Jinchuriki stood to her feet slowly. It was then that Gaara turned her face up to look at the Uchiha. The gash Sasuke had opened up on her cheek was deep and profusely bloody, and her eyes had narrowed to angry slits as she stared at him. You're like a housefly. Relatively harmless, but oh so irritating. I'll squash you all the same, she said darkly, her sand beginning to erratically twitch and pulsate while she spoke. Sasuke, sensing that his ease of entry into striking distance was about to disappear, allowed his Sharingan to manifest itself in his eyes. A smirk then spread across Gaara's lips as the cut on her face began to rapidly mend itself. Odd. You're weaker than Rock Lee was at his height, and yet I still feel the need to draw on my secondary reserves. Kakashi shuddered as the temperature in the arena decreased suddenly. Something had shifted. Something important. Having felt such a feeling several times previously, Kakashi uncovered his left eye to confirm a hypothesis. Locking the Sharingan onto the recently risen Gaara, his fears were immediately confirmed. Her chakra system was overrun with a demonic red energy. It was nearly identical to the chakra of the nine-tailed fox, though less potent and slightly different in nature. Not good. Her signatures doubled in strength, and it looks like the chakra is healing her, he thought to himself in a slight panic as Sasuke evaded a tendril of sand. Another, more conflicting thought then skipped across the Jonin's mind. She really is just like Naruto. Difference is, I think she can control that power, he thought nervously. Even after the increase in power on Gaara's end, however, Sasuke was still more or less entirely dominating the battle at the present. While the redhead sand had certainly increased its movement speed, the Uchiha remained the far faster party. He was still able to dart in and out, lacing Gaara with stabbing strikes before drifting away. Conversely, though, the consequences of a mistake would likely now be something close to fatal. Each time Gaara's sand collided with a tree or the concrete wall, destruction was left in its wake. A burst of fire then erupted in the center of the arena as Sasuke unleashed the heirloom jutsu of his family to combat an oncoming wave of Gaara's sand. The crowd roared with approval as their resident phenom battled against the foreign, disturbing power of Gaara's sand. The clash ended in what essentially amounted to a draw, as Sasuke's jutsu lost potency, but only after turning back the sand kunoichi's sediment. What happened next drew another cheer from the crowd. After having repelled Gaara's sand, Sasuke had rushed forward and knocked the Jinchuriki back several feet with a right-handed punch to the forehead. As a follow-up, he launched a barrage of shuriken in her direction that her sand was forced to deflect. The defensive maneuver came at cost, because while it did defend the redhead from the projectiles, it entirely exposed her right side. Having calculated the entire sequence within his mind a beat beforehand, Sasuke punished her for the blunder by slamming his right hand into her temple after closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Kakashi smiled at the tactics of his student. He's executing perfectly. Draw the sand in one direction with throwaway offense, and then attack for real from another, he assessed. Sasuke then connected with another rushing flurry of strikes that resulted in Gaara losing her balance and stumbling backwards. Surprisingly, the Uchiha did not capitalize on her moment of weakness. He certainly could have, given that the redhead sand was a fair distance away from her at the moment she had been wobbled. It took very little observation for Kakashi to suss out why his pupil had hesitated. He was beginning to tire. It was subtle, but it was obvious. His breathing was becoming slightly more labored, his rushes more predictable, and his defensive reactions were dulling just a tad. He was still in control, but it was slowly starting to slip. No amount of conditioning was ever going to give him Lee's ridiculous stamina, but I figured it would take longer than this, Kakashi lamented. Sasuke then leapt backward several feet and began to scale his way up the arena wall. When he stopped climbing, he took several deep breaths to collect himself. Even if he's tired, Gaara is giving him room to breathe more often than not. He should be fine, Kakashi thought to himself as Sasuke re-entered the fray to punch Gaara in the stomach and kick her legs out from under her. In the back of his mind, however, the Jonin knew that the fight had yet to truly reach its boiling point. Sasuke wiped sweat from his brow as he retreated away from Gaara's murderous sand. As it had been since the beginning, the Uchiha's speed had been his saving grace. Sasuke had put himself out of position more than once, but the raw quickness with which he was able to move while imitating the taijutsu of Rock Lee was generally more than enough to bail him out. This occasion was no different. He slowly skidded to a stop a fair distance from Gaara and assessed his foe carefully to plan out his next assault. Chidori would put a serious dent in her, but I don't know if it'd kill her. If it doesn't, she'll heal. Fireball is more or less useless offensively, and I can't really hurt her that badly with taijutsu, he thought to himself analytically. Deciding to stick with what had been working so well for him throughout the match, Sasuke focused his vision on the redhead's defensive weak points and allowed his speed to carry him across the plane between them. As he had what felt like 1,000 times, he bypassed Gaara's defenses and set his feet to unleash on the fairly defenseless girl at close range. He speared a straight, right-handed punch at her jawline and connected flush. Unlike any of the previous times he had struck her, however, Gaara's body evaporated into a cloud of sand. Instantly realizing his mistake, Sasuke made a panicked rush to escape the storm of sand he was in the eye of. Before he could move far enough, he was tripped by a limb of sand. He immediately scrambled to his feet, but was once again knocked to the ground by a mass of sand. Gaara herself then appeared from a shifting cloud of sand. I'm not entirely sure why that worked. You've defused my sand clones more than once already, she said, seizing Sasuke by the front of his shirt and hoisting him to his feet with a shocking degree of ease despite her small stature. When the Uchiha didn't respond immediately, Gaara raised an eyebrow. Did you really forget to check whether or not I was real? Or, is your energy really running so low that you can't? She asked. Sasuke finally replied by driving his knee upwards into her chin. The strike forced her to let go of his front, thus allowing him to escape. She can feel it. She knows I'm getting tired. I can't keep this up forever. Not like this, he thought frantically as Gaara calmly advanced towards him with a confident, maddened grin on her face. Coming to a decision within himself, Sasuke weaved a few seals, lowered himself down onto one knee, and gripped his left wrist as tightly as he could. No choice now. I've got to put her off pressuring me, he vowed. Through a grunt of effort, a blue and white mass of electrical chakra began to crackle and flash in the palm of his left hand. Once it had reached a certain level of density and intensity, the Leaf Genin turned his stance directly towards Gaara. Chidori, he bellowed. The redhead could do nothing but make a brief face of confusion as Sasuke barreled across the arena towards her on a linear path of destruction. During his final step, Sasuke thrust his electrically charged arm out in front of him and rammed the jutsu straight through Gaara's right shoulder. The crowd, which had been chanting and cheering a moment earlier, fell silent. The only sounds that could be heard were the wails of Sasuke's jutsu and the ragged breathing of both he and Gaara. The Jinchuriki and the Uchiha locked eyes as he retracted his arm from within her shoulder. Once he was free from her wound, Sasuke stumbled back and waited for his efforts to bear fruit, which they did. Gaara dropped to her knees and coughed painfully, sending a grotesque amount of blood down into a puddle in front of her. She gripped her shoulder and struggled to prevent hyperventilation while her mouth dripped blood. Despite all of the horrific symptoms caused by the impalement, the redhead was still very much alive. Critically injured, but alive all the same. She's not human. That should have been it, Sasuke marveled as Gaara forced her way back to a semi-standing position. The Uchiha then drew a kunai and took steps to reach her in order to finish the job he had started. See careful and now. Walking in unguarded is still a poor idea, Gaara rasped. At her words, all of the sand scattered throughout the arena came rushing in towards the pair of genin. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He was too drained to avoid so much sand all at once. Fortunately for him, none of the sand touched him. Instead, it weaved around his body and swirled in a circle around its controller, slowly but surely building up a dome-like shell. Unable to stop whatever was occurring, the Uchiha simply looked on in awe as Gaara disappeared from view behind a structure of sand. Once all of the sand had gathered and shaped itself, there was stillness. Though stagnant, the arena was not silent. Indeed, there was a detectable sound one could hear should they focus their senses. From within the shell of sand, a low, dark growl could be heard. Kankuro shuddered at the all-too-familiar sight. Any semblance of calm he had been clinging to vanished in an instant. There was no stability now. The moment Sasuke had impaled Gaara, the fragile illusion of peace had been shattered. The redhead's composure had snapped in two, and chaos was bound to ensue within several minutes. Taking a glance at Tamari, who stood to his left, the puppeteer pursed his lips. Should we get this whole thing over with? He asked quietly. The fan wielder kept her eyes glued on the sand shell down below and shook her head firmly. No, not quite yet. We need to see how this plays out first. There aren't any guarantees yet, she said. Kankuro sighed and looked to Sasuke sympathetically. He's as good as dead, Temari. If Gaara is doing what I think she is, he won't survive. Nobody's ever seen that form and come out alive, he reminded his sister. A surge of chakra then washed over the stadium, eliciting a collective gasp of confusion from the crowd. Despite their past experiences, neither sibling could suppress the icy feeling that was creeping into their subconscious. They knew what was coming, but they were unprepared all the same. How long until the shell breaks? Kankuro asked. Temari studied the state of the sand dome that hid her sister from view carefully. Probably a minute or two. Attacking it is pointless, and Sasuke seems aware. The real question is how long he lasts once Gaara is finished, she replied. Kankuro shifted uncomfortably at the thought. What's your guess on that? He asked. Temari's response was fairly instant given the potential nuance of his question, which made it all the more bleak. Not long. Maybe 5 minutes if he tries to stay away from her for the most part. 2 if he's feeling brave, she said bluntly. Before the puppeteer could respond, a deafening roar tore into the eardrums of all the attendees. Tamari clenched her jaw and covered her ears. I think she's done, she said matter-of-factly. Her words would prove prescient, as the outer layers of Gaara's shell soon began to crack and split. Bit by bit, the dome withered away into dust. Soon enough, small holes had formed in the barrier, allowing a window into the structure. The darkness within the shell still sheltered the more specific details of the girl it contained, but her outline could now be made out with relative ease. Even just a glimpse of what their sister had become was enough to freeze the blood of Kankuro and Temari in their veins. The darkest of memories were flooding back into their minds with the same fear attached. Although it had been several years since the redhead had transformed in such a way, it felt as though no time at all had passed. Then, as if in scorn of the siblings' discomfort, the shell shattered completely. Sasuke swallowed nervously as his foe stood menacingly before him in a shower of shimmering sand. It was quite a sight, to say the least. In terms of shape, Gaara was more or less unchanged. She was still diminutive, and her posture was upright with an air of silent smugness to it, but the specific details of her appearance had been massively overhauled. Her right arm, which had been severely injured by Sasuke's most recent jutsu, was encased in a form-fitting armor of sand that reached the base of her neck on the same side. The sand was also covered in a pattern of tattoos that reached up onto the redhead's face, covering most of her right cheek and seeming to feed into her eye on the same side. There was an odd asymmetry to her appearance post-transformation. One arm was armored while the other was bare, and only half of her face was tattooed. The only consistency was her eyes, which both possessed a deep, golden iris with a diamond-shaped pupil. After a lengthy silence, Sasuke spoke. With all that noise you were making, I figured you'd grow an inch or two, he joked, his grip tightening around the kunai he was holding as he spoke. Gaara grinned and chuckled a bit, revealing a pair of fangs within her mouth. I think you'll find that my size is less a burden and more a boon, she assured him. Sasuke was not afforded the chance to answer. In a maneuver reminiscent of the countless he himself had performed, Gaara suddenly disappeared from sight in a blinding display of speed. The location of her reappearance was unknown to the Uchiha until he was tapped on the shoulder. As he whirled around to face his adversary, however, he was nailed on the side of his chin with a punch from the redhead's armored right hand. He kept himself from falling over, but he was still sent stumbling away by the forceful blow. What the hell was that? She was stuck in the mud a minute ago, he thought frantically as Gaara casually strolled towards him with her hands at her waist. Sensing his shock with ease, the Jinchuriki once again closed him down with alarming speed. This time, she seized his wrist and clamped down on it. You were quite confident in your speed only a few minutes ago. Where's that swagger gone, she asked, spinning around behind him and twisting his arm against his back as she mocked him. The leaf genin grimaced and struggled against her grip, but found it to be ironclad. As his shoulder joint was strained, the pain increased exponentially. Well aware that his arm would snap if Gaara increased her pressure any more, Sasuke whipped his head back as hard as he could. The back of his skull slammed into the redhead's cheekbone and loosened her grip just enough for the Uchiha to spin away and separate from her. Sasuke then charged back into the line of fire with another pair of kunai drawn. Gaara, whose cheek was now bruised a black and blue color, rushed forward to meet his aggression in kind. The pair clashed together with a surprising spray of sparks. Sasuke's set of blades had slashed across Gaara's armored limb, but the metal kunai had been repelled. That sand is harder than steel. Just great, the leaf genin lamented as he leaned back to avoid a swing of her arm. As Gaara overextended from her lack of connection, Sasuke snapped back at her with a stinging counter to the right side of her jawline. Despite landing flush, the strike had no effect on the demonic girl aside from momentarily turning her head to the side. When he retracted his punch, Sasuke winced. Her skin felt like metal. Unfortunately, the lapse in concentration would cost him, as Gaara hadn't been stunned in the slightest. She took advantage of his lower defenses by landing a harsh, right-handed punch to his unprotected stomach. The blow practically folded Sasuke in half at the waist as he dropped to his knees. Gaara's assault was then viciously concluded by a swift kick to his downcast face that sent him tumbling away. By now, the crowd had grown silent as their native son was battered. The turnaround had been so stark and sudden that they had likely been shocked into their lack of chatter. "It seems they've given up on you, Sasuke. How disloyal of them," Gaara jeered in reference to said crowd. The Uchiha groaned and rolled onto his hands and knees. "She's not even using her sand and she's kicking me around. She's too fast for my eyes to track, and she hits harder than me. What happened to her?" he pondered through his pain. It took him all of 15 seconds to find the obvious answer. "Odd. You're weaker than Rock Lee was at his height, and yet I still feel the need to draw on my secondary reserves. Why am I always the one who gets the unfair matchups? First Haku, then Orochimaru, and now a Jinchuriki," he silently complained. A sigh then escaped his lips as he stood to his feet to continue fighting. "Then again, I think Sensei mentioned it a few times during training," he admitted. He then quickly formulated a plan within his mind. Reaching into the supply pack strapped to his left leg, Sasuke produced a line of wire and drew it out a foot. Then, he ran at his highest possible speed towards his foe. Gaara took the bait. She swung her sand-clad arm at his head as he approached, which Sasuke proactively ducked underneath. Once he was past her, the Uchiha pivoted around Gaara and leapt back to the place from which he had started. When the redhead moved to pursue him, she found that she was ensnared in a tangle of wire. Sasuke then bit down on the end of the wire and performed a series of hand seals. "Fire style, dragon flame jutsu," he yelled through clenched teeth. A stream of flames then cascaded down the wire and engulfed the Jinchuriki entirely. Despite the flames ravaging her body, Gaara stalked forward relentlessly. Somehow, she was still unfazed. Realizing that continuing the jutsu would be perilous, Sasuke released the wire from his mouth and stopped the stream of flames. He then leapt upwards onto the wall to his back, taking his eyes off of Gaara for a split second. The moment his feet touched the side of the arena, he was seized by the neck. The demonic girl had jumped up after him during his moment of minuscule distraction. Using her grip to rip him off the wall, Gaara allowed gravity to take both she and the Uchiha down towards the ground below. Sasuke was promptly slammed into the dirt by his throat. On top of this, Gaara had also used him as a landing pad, with her knee driving into his solar plexus. Blood flew from the Leaf Genin's mouth as the Jinchuriki cruelly squeezed his windpipe and pressed her shockingly significant weight down on his chest. "I figured you'd be able to make me work a little harder than this, but alas. I suppose I shouldn't have expected much more than a dying gasp after you expended so much chakra trying to punch a hole in me," Gaara said as she slowly drained the life out of her unfortunate victim. Sasuke bared his teeth and tried to forcibly sit up, but found himself physically outmatched. "Don't bother struggling. You're weaker than I am by orders of magnitude," she said as she tried to crush his throat. Emptying most of what remained of his reserves, Sasuke gripped her wrist and injected a surge of electrical chakra into her body. The pulse knocked Gaara off of him and gave him the space to raggedly scramble to his feet. The redhead, who was seated on her rear end, growled and rose to meet him. Her body was occasionally twitching from the shock, and her face was the picture of irritation. "Why won't you just roll over?" she hissed. The Uchiha wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and settled in a fragile taijutsu stance. "Because it clearly bothers you," he said with a weak smile. Gaara momentarily looked ready to scream at him, but opted to take a deep breath instead. Once she had cycled through her oxygen several times, her expression smoothed out. "I'm not even here for you, and yet you've made me want to kill you. Congratulations. You've signed your own death certificate," she said eerily. Sasuke frowned. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? Not here for me? I've been your opponent from day one," he questioned. Gaara glanced up into a certain sector of the crowd briefly, seemingly searching for something. Once she was apparently satisfied, she returned her glare to the Uchiha. "Oh, you'll learn soon enough." "Well, actually, you won't. You'll die before you find out," she vowed. She promptly charged forward with renewed fury with Sasuke in her sights. The Leaf Genin scowled defiantly and drew a kunai. From there, a beating ensued. The Chunin exams had seen one-sided spectacles before. They were fairly commonplace, if anything. Every single year, two combatants were matched together whose skill set simply favored one genin far more than the other. Despite the commonality of such contests, what was occurring at present was extreme by any standard. Sasuke, for all the success he had been having not too long ago, was being comprehensively thrashed. It was hardly a fight anymore. Every tactic he tried, he was punished for. Every wayward strike he landed was shrugged off. He was completely outclassed. More depressing than the simple reality of his slim chances, however, was the fact that he was still the far more skilled combatant of the two. Every time Gaara attacked him, he would lace her with a counter and attempt to pivot around her to end the exchange right then and there. The issue was that the redhead could afford to simply absorb the punishment and follow him as he retreated. Coupled with her blistering speed, Gaara's aggression was Sasuke's undoing. "This is going nowhere. She'll kill him if he stops being defensive. He's fighting to survive." Kakashi, who continued to watch despite the savagery, thought to himself. Gaara then brutally knocked Sasuke down, drawing a flinch from the Jonin. "You don't have to keep watching, you know." The silver-haired ninja turned and glanced behind him, spotting Guy approaching him from the leftmost entrance of his seating section. "I owe it to him to at least watch." "He deserves that respect," Kakashi said solemnly. Guy took a seat beside him and studied the hopeless battle. "For as badly as he's losing, your boy is clearly well-drilled. He's doing the right things, but this Gaara is far too much for him physically," he commented. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. "I should have expected that. I knew she was a Jinchuriki, and I still ignored the possibility that she had a transformation in her back pocket," he said ashamedly. Guy put a hand on his shoulder. "There was nothing you could have done to prepare him. This is a matter of strength, not preparation. Frustrating as it is, Sasuke simply isn't strong enough. And we shouldn't expect him to be. He's battling a tailed beast," he assured his comrade. Kakashi nodded and pursed his lips underneath his mask. "Now that I think about it, Naruto would have had a much better chance against her, even as she is now. Unlike Sasuke, he has the raw power to contend with her when backed into a corner," he said thoughtfully. Guy chuckled. "As much as it pains me to admit it, Sasuke likely would have beaten Neji as well. The matchups would have been thematic, if you think about it. Sasuke and Neji both wield dojutsu, and Naruto is a Jinchuriki like Gaara," he commented. Kakashi cast him a sideways glance. "Oh, so you know about Naruto's status?" he asked. Guy shrugged and rested his face against his fist. "I've known for quite some time." His birthday and ostracization made it an easy riddle to solve. "Does he know?" he asked. "He found out the day of his graduation." "Not in the gentlest way, but such is life, I guess. He first used the power in earnest against a hunter named Haku," the silver-haired ninja explained. Before Guy could reply, something strange happened. The stadium went entirely silent. The crowd had been fairly quiet for the past several minutes, but chatter had still been audible. Now, there was no sound whatsoever. A brief scanning of the area revealed another oddity. The vast majority of the crowd was unconscious. Sasuke spit blood out of his mouth and grit his teeth. His entire body was in pain. From the bruises on his face to the weakness in his knees, he was battered. In stark contrast to his weariness was Gaara, who stood unscathed and unimpeded. If anything, she looked pleased with the situation. She was winning, after all. "You could have simply given up by now, but here you are, trying your hardest. I'm not sure whether to be impressed by your grit or to pity your idiocy," Gaara said as she walked him down. Sasuke growled and stepped forward to punch her across the jaw. "Would you just shut up?" he demanded as his fist approached her face. The redhead easily caught his wrist and yanked him forward into a headbutt. The blunt force buckled the Uchiha and sent him down to his knees. Not yet satisfied, the demonic girl seized him by his hair and ripped him from the ground to dangle before her. I've knocked you down a dozen different ways by now, and yet you still make the same mistakes. You really are a glutton for punishment, she said jabbingly. Expecting to be struck once again, Sasuke braced himself for the impact. Surprisingly, though, no such punch, kick, or knee came. Instead of damaging him further, Gaara was now staring into the crowd carefully. Opting to follow her lead, the Leaf Genin turned his attention to the attendees. What he saw was eerie and unsettling. The mass of people, seemingly each and every one of them, were all asleep. Their heads were leaned off on one another's shoulders, their belongings had been dropped from their hands, and they made no sounds. So, it's begun, Gaara muttered to herself. She then returned her focus to Sasuke, who was wide-eyed and puzzled. Count yourself lucky. Any other day, you'd be dead. Right now, though, I have bigger fish to fry, she said vaguely before letting go of his hair and dropping him to the ground. Sasuke caught himself as he hit the dirt and tried to stand, but found that his legs had no strength left in them. Where the hell are you going? He demanded as Gaara walked away from him with her back turned. The Jinchuriki paid him no heed. She simply kept on walking. Mustering the last of his energy, Sasuke exploded to his feet to chase after her. Unfortunately, he tripped over himself before he could even take 10 steps. Despite his failure to close the gap, his effort did earn him acknowledgement. You remind me more of Naruto than I thought you would. That tenacity is admirable, if a tad stupid in your position. Still, though. Stay down. I'm throwing you a lifeline. I suggest you take it, Gaara said before disappearing up the stairwell she had been approaching. Frustrated, bloodied, and beaten, Sasuke sighed heavily and laid flat on his stomach with his head turned to the side. Exhausted as his body was, his mind still remained active. The final words Gaara had uttered to him before leaving him to lament his defeat had created a question in his mind. What the hell would she know about Naruto? This is going to take a ridiculous amount of time. Kakashi glanced to his left and shrugged his shoulders in response to his flamboyant comrade's complaint. There was work to be done, and dwelling on it was a pointless endeavor to partake in at the moment. Awakening the substantial crowd in attendance would certainly be a task, but it was a necessity. No helping it. We need to get started. Looks like Kurina is doing her part on the other side, so we have a team of sorts, the silver-haired ninja said while gesturing to the Jonin woman across the stadium. The aptly titled Genjutsu Mistress had already roused several people from the illusionary sleep that had fallen over the arena, including both Kiba and Shino. She's an excellent asset to have in this situation, that much is true. Even so, there are at least 700 people to attend to. 3 Jonin isn't enough, Guy argued as he gently snapped a citizen out of his sleep. You're in luck, then. Both Jonin whirled around to face the owner of the voice that had just spoken. What they saw was greatly relieving. Standing against the back wall of the arena was a group of 7 Umbu, all dressed in their traditional, masked attire. Guy opened his mouth to begin an explanation of the situation at hand, but was silenced by the raised hand of who appeared to be the leader. We're well aware of what's happened. In fact, I think we actually know a tad more than you do. Not that you're to blame for that, the Umbu said. His voice was male, and his mask was that of a cat. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Would you mind letting us in on what you know? He asked. The cat-masked man nodded and gestured for his fellow Umbu to scatter throughout the arena to begin their task. Once they were properly distributed, he turned his attention back towards the pair. We've been surveying the border since 5 this morning, and as early as 7, we spotted Tsuna forces approaching. This is an invasion. As of now, we have a wall of ninja stationed in the east. We're badly outnumbered, so I personally don't expect that battle to go particularly well. As for what's going on here, it's a widespread genjutsu. Fairly easy fix, honestly, he explained. Kakashi nodded and considered the numerous moving pieces at play. An impending invasion force was far from ideal, but its presence answered several pertinent questions. Namely, the reasoning behind the casting of the genjutsu. That explains some things. And if I had to guess, Gaara is meant to be their battering ram, he said. Guy then peered past him down to the arena battlegrounds. Speaking of which, I think she's done with Sasuke, he said. The silver-haired ninja immediately turned back around and looked to the pair of genin. As Guy had said, the battle appeared to be over. Sasuke was face down on the ground and appeared to be unconscious, and Gaara was walking away from him towards the staircase. Kakashi instantly leapt down from the seating area and performed a forward roll to decrease the impact of his feet against the ground. Please don't be dead, the jonin silently begged as he ran towards his fallen student. By the time he had reached Sasuke, Gaara had already vanished up the stairwell, much to the frustration of Kakashi. Despite the loss of his planned target, there was a silver lining. Sasuke was still breathing. Furthermore, he wasn't unconscious. I couldn't beat her. Sorry about that. He said raggedly as he tried and failed to pick himself up. The jonin slung Sasuke's arm over his shoulder and picked him up from the ground. That's fine. Don't beat yourself up. She was stronger than we ever could have anticipated, he assured the Uchiha. Within moments, the pair had returned to the observation deck of the stadium, and once they were there, Kakashi laid Sasuke down. Do we have a medic on hand? He asked the cat-masked man. The Umbu nodded his head and disappeared into a puff of smoke. A few seconds later, he returned with a monkey-masked Umbu next to him who quickly made their way to the genin's side. After assessing his condition briefly, the monkey-masked Umbu took a deep breath. He's badly injured. Shattered ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and internal bleeding. I can heal him, but it'll take me a little while, she said, her voice feminine. Kakashi sighed and wiped sweat from his brow. He then turned to Guy. Go and get me Shino and Kiba, he ordered. Guy needed no more prompting. He immediately rushed across the seating at a speed only possessed by himself and, to a lesser extent, Rock Lee. What do you plan to do? The cat-masked man asked skeptically. Kakashi remained silent for a moment as his mind returned to the brief glimpse of Gaara he had caught as she had exited the arena. I had the chance to pursue Gaara when she left Sasuke for dead, but I didn't take it quickly enough, he began. Before he could finish, Guy returned with Kiba and Shino in tow. Here they are. I explained things as best I could before bringing them, so skip the backstory, the flamboyant jonin said. The silver-haired ninja looked to both boys, who each gave a curt nod. Gaara is likely in the internal hallway system of the stadium as we speak, and I think I know where, he said. Shino frowned at the statement and raised his hand. If I may interject, I find it to be strange for a member of an invading force to strike out on her own during a siege. Have you any clue why she's taking such a route? He asked. Kakashi responded by closing his eyes and focusing his senses. After searching the general area, he found what he had been anticipating. Given her location, I think it's fair to say she's hunting for Naruto. And before you ask, I honestly have no clue why. The reason I called you both here is because I need the two of you to slow her down. She's nearing the sick hall on the 3rd level, he explained. Shouldn't we just try to slip past her and get Naruto out of there? That sounds safer to me, Kiba suggested. Kakashi shook his head. She'd see you coming a mile away. A fight is going to break out regardless, so I prefer if you enter the fray in the right mindset. Besides, you won't be fighting her for very long. Sasuke will join you once he's done healing, he replied. Not to disparage your plan, but Sasuke is far more powerful than either one of us, and Gaara mauled him easily. Even if Kiba and I were to survive and combine forces with Sasuke, our chances of bringing her down would still be slim to none, the bug genin pointed out. Once again, the silver-haired ninja shook his head. You three aren't going to be the ones to beat her. That's where Naruto comes in. For reasons I don't have the time to explain, he's the only one among you with the raw power to contend with her. As we speak, he's passively healing his body. By my estimation, he'll be done in 12 minutes. If Gaara reaches him before then, though, he's as good as dead. Do you understand? He asked. The boys lapsed into silence momentarily, but eventually gave a thumbs up. Yeah, got it. 3rd level, sick hall, right? Kiba asked. After gaining confirmation of Gaara's location, Kiba and Shino set out for the entrance to the hallway system. Once they were gone, Kakashi made his way over to Sasuke and knelt down by his side. "I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you're going to be fighting her again soon," he informed his student. The Uchiha coughed a bit as the Umbu woman mended his wounds. "Fine by me. I'd rather do something than lay around feeling useless." The silver-haired ninja laid a hand on his shoulder. "Keep in mind, you're still going to be low on chakra. She can heal your physical injuries, but your gas tank has to replenish itself. We don't have the luxury to share right now, unfortunately," he said. Sasuke rubbed one of his eyes. "I've still got enough chakra left for a Chidori if push comes to shove, but I'll keep that in mind," he said. He then looked to his sensei directly. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Kakashi looked back to the Umbu leader and then back to the injured genin. "I'm going to go to the front lines." Kiba shivered slightly as he and Shino trekked their way through the surprisingly complex maze of winding halls and different entrances contained within the underbelly of the exam arena. It was eerily silent, and the temperature seemed lower than was natural. All of this was compounded by the undeniable tension hanging in the musty air. "How close are we?" the Inuzuka heir asked somewhat vaguely. Shino shrugged and increased his already brisk pace to something more akin to a mediating jog. "To Gaara. We're on course to intercept her." "To Naruto's room?" "Quite a ways," he said professionally. Kiba tightened his fists and fought to control his nerves. "How soon until we run into her?" he asked. The bug genin closed his eyes to more accurately gauge the distance between their chakra signatures and that of the Jinchuriki. "We'll be on top of her in about 30 seconds, he said, his own nerves becoming audible in his voice. Kiba took a deep breath. "If we die, I just want you to know that I've enjoyed being on a team with you." "You're weird, but you're cool," he said honestly. Shino glanced at him and cracked a rare smile. "Same to you, my friend. I'd hope that at least one of us survives this, though."